Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, please, service Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
That's literally not true.
All right, welcome back from lunch. We are back. It was a long lunch. It was an early lunch, but we're back here, and we're waiting for the court to kick off the fireworks this afternoon because I think there will be fireworks. Let's see, I think we've addressed everything on that page. We're starting on a new page for the notes. We'll flip it over. New paper. I'll do a half sheet this time. Big shout out first and foremost to Britta Aller. Britta Aller, first time offender in chat. Why am I so tall? What is that? There we go. That's better. Britta Aller, first time offender in chat. First time you won the chat, I believe, being first in chat. So congratulations on winning chat. First time, sorry, it's been a long lunch. The first person in chat every time we go live does win the internet. So congratulations. It's all yours. You're responsible for everything IP related worldwide. Please take care of it. Make sure it's up and everything. I will say very, very stiff competition in this round. It was brutal. We probably had about 10 entries in the first quarter second that we were live. So brevity was key. All the 3-letter words or entries came much after the 2-letter entries. So good job there, Britta. You've won. Congratulations. Also during the break, we had Heather H. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Good to have you here, Heather. Let us know where you're from and everything. Introduce yourself in chat here. Not today, Satan just gifted a membership. So one of you just got a free membership. Let's see who that would be. Let's see. It looks like it went to Nomadic Dragon.
Kickback, taking it easy.
Nomadic Dragon, congratulations on winning a new membership. And thank you, Not Today, Satan, for yet another gifted membership. You're amazing. Thanks for your support. YouTube changed my layout and I hate it, says Connie. Yes, they did announce some changes on my end as well that you guys might be seeing. One of them is that the join button should be appearing on iOS devices. For those that are curious about that, before you click it, wait. Before you click it, know this. The join button for iOS devices is going to cost you more than if you joined any other way. As far as impact on me, it's identical. YouTube has confirmed this. The revenue that goes to the creator is still the exact same amount, but the amount that comes from you goes up because it pays for Apple's cut, their 30% cut on top of it. So you'll see about a $2 surcharge on membership because Apple has to have their cut. So before you make that choice, if you need help finding other methods to do it or other ways to join, let us know, and we'd like to save you those $2. Okay, JT Bruce Crime says, okay, please give me the Cliff Notes version of this morning. Work got all wonky and whatnot. JT, this morning, let's see, we had Dr. Niederheiser on the stand, who was the defense witness, state arrested, first defense witness. She testified about Letecia getting some help, some mental help because she had general anxiety. Turns out she was actually not a defense witness, but she's a state's witness, and we found that out on cross, which was brilliant. I don't think they gained much at all from her. But and then we were going to hear Dr. Lewis, but it turns out Dr. Lewis is not ready. Even though she flew in over the weekend, she's from out of town. She's here right now. Apparently, she's not ready for court. So she's going to be starting around 1 o'clock this afternoon. In about half an hour, we expect her to take the stand. Bite Me just gifted a membership as well as Kay Scarpetta. Gifted 5 memberships, and it looks like Promise Roca just joined as well. Welcome to the gallery. Let's see who got the free memberships. Just 1 second here. A Tuck as well. I missed that one. A Tuck, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Please take a seat with the other members on the front row. Let's see, scrolling down, where are we at? I can't find the where they are. Okay, let's see. There we go. Bite Me's gifted membership went to Stars Hollow Gumshoe. Welcome, and then Cake Scarpettis gave gifts to Jen Mitch, Cupcake, Lakin Galloway, Amy Collier, and Lorianne Proud Army Parents. Awesome. Good to have all of you here as members.
Elisa McClellan just sent a super sticker with 4.
Elisa, thank you so much. We are so excited to get started. Yes, reminded me to hydrate. I still have a little bit of water left over in my mug from this morning, so I don't have to refill quite yet. But before court starts, we will do a refill. There's your warning. And it's tasty. Janique Lynch says, how do I give a gift? On the bottom of your screen, depending on what device you're on, there might be a little $sign symbol below chat. That's one way to do it. If you have a little icon like, I don't know, if you see a little presence icon at the top of chat, you can click on that, and sometimes that will allow it as well. Just depends on your device. But thanks for considering it. Let's see. Farming
Flat out farming while watching you. Thumbs up. Flag of the United Kingdom.
Farming Simulator Pro, thank you so much. A great supporter of the channel. Thank you so much. Enjoy farming on Farming Simulator. That is one game that I still do enjoy, and my kids actually enjoy playing it too. I play it on the PC, but I have to dual boot my Mac to go over to PC to do that because I don't own a PC. I only own Macs. Sherry, hello, welcome. Good to have you here. Scotty Rothier says, I have court tomorrow. Wish me luck. Good luck, Scotty. Hope everything goes well there. Hopefully you're not in the defendant's seat. Hopefully you're either an officer of the court or maybe a juror. I don't know. Or are you a judge, Judge Ruthier? That would be even better.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Awesome. Lindsay Bay says, recovery addict, I bought the maple bourbon pickles, yummy, and I had to hide them from everyone. Welcome to your new addiction. Those pickles are so good. How did your cement job come out? Pretty good, Charmaine. I'm pretty impressed. It was really nice. It's nice and smooth, considering, I made the cuts in the concrete. It went really, really well. You fell off the horse. I don't play very much at all, but when I do play, I make sure that I'm playing, that it's a group thing that I'm doing with my kids instead of just me playing games. Get to watch live today. Katrinka Stewart, wonderful to have you here. That's awesome. Let me know what you pick out as far as what's happening in court. Speaking of which, I need to get everything set up here.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Let's pull it up here. The judge shut down the webinar over lunch, and I'm hoping, got my fingers crossed that they're actually going to fix that camera angle that's pointed towards Letecia, so that we can get a good picture again. Hey, Kib Kitty, welcome. Hope your lunch was great. What game are you talking about? All right, it's called Farming Simulator Pro, and it's really just pretending you're a farmer. You plant the seeds, you mow, you bale. You can raise all sorts of animals as well. It's a fantastic game pretending you're a farmer and just trying to deal with the expenses of being a farmer, equipment and feed and everything else, while dealing with elements and whatever. It's hoping you get a good crop. For those that are farmers, it would not be a fun game. Okay, they're saying that they have not started the webinar yet for this afternoon. Let's try this again. Okay, so this is a bad sign. Husband is back on the stand today. Tennessee judge, he has an interesting take on this case. We would love to hear from your husband if he's able to, but I realize he may not be able to. Sore Throat says, cheers to new cases. Yes, we're all looking forward to new one after this. We're excited for justice.
Cheers to new cases, women supervillain.
We're looking forward to justice be done. Woman supervillain, I think, is what they that was supposed to say. Stole it. And Alex stole it. Johnny says he's on the second jar of the spicy maple bourbon pickles. Wonderful. Okay, let's see. I've never played Farmville before. Where farmers would enjoy it, says Eddie. Yeah, that's in real life. It's different. It's different on a computer where you can
not a camel.
You can save your game and walk away and not have to worry about the cows needing to be fed and the horses' stalls needing to be mucked out and the crop wilting in the field. Hopefully they fix the camera during break. T. Marie, I agree. I really hope they do. Do you believe you have ever watched a trial when someone has been convicted when you believe they were innocent? Jay, first of all, that is a great question.
Let no dead horse go.
The closest one where I think there could have been a better defense that could have ended in a different reaction. I'm not going to say I think he was innocent because I don't think he was. That I believe he made a mistake that he should be punished for, but not to the level that he was sentenced for, and that was Aaron Dean in the when he shot the homeowner through the back window. And I believe that was not the premeditated murder that the prosecution set it out to be. I just didn't see that evidence. I have not seen something like a true miscarriage of justice in my mind, but possibly that is because I have a very low, I'm very quick to accept, I should say this. I'm very quick to accept circumstantial evidence and value it. As the court says, there's no distinction between circumstantial and physical evidence. So I accept circumstantial evidence quite readily. Maybe that's why. Texas is in the house. Amanda, welcome. I can't believe one of the crazy stops was in Amarillo, Texas on our way to Florida. Melissa, thank you for being here. Wonderful. Thanks for the kind words. What's the next case you'll be covering? I love your channel. Been lurking. Hopefully soon I'll be a member. Jackie, you being here is enough. Thank you so much. We're still trying to hammer out the next case right now. I'm hoping. I don't know yet. That's all I can say. I'm hoping we're trying to get access, and it's not working as well as I'd like. I have confidence in the prosecution, says Kathleen. I think they were dealt an easy hand in this particular case. Let's see. Ivan says, how about when chat erupts in the donation battle royale? Ivan, I saw that between you and Matthew yesterday. That was awesome. JT and Brandy, congratulations. That was really cool to see. You got some great supporters. Lisa B says, should we be concerned about the holdup for this afternoon? Lisa, no. I was just talking to Mrs. R.A., who just arrived home just moments ago. I was talking to her about this and explaining that their star witness, who was flying in over the weekend and had arrived in time to meet with Letecia for 3 hours on Sunday, suddenly is not available on Tuesday. I doubt she flew back out of town. I don't think that happened, but it seems suspicious that she's not able to be available, and so maybe she's trying to rework her story that still fits within her findings and then addresses some of the things that other witnesses have said. Jennifer Bruce, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Good to have you here as a member as well. Make sure you take your seat on the front row. Plenty of room on the front row, by the way. Baby bump shirt. We're working on it. It takes about 8 months to really develop the good idea with a baby bump shirt. If Ellis testifies, it will be like watching one of her own phone calls. Oh, my goodness. It will be so bad. Let's see. We have I think this is Ivan. Let's see. Is it working here? Ivan, can you hear me? Not yet. He can't. Let's see. See if that works. Ivan, you there? I'm pretty sure I hung up on you. I'm like 99% sure that I hung up on you, Ivan. I do apologize for that. Okay. My bad. Seems shady. Where does the I'm not a camel drop come from? That comes from the Mark Jensen trial where the judge needed a break. And he said, I need a break. I'm not a camel. Mark Jensen was the spicy one that Ivan's calling back because he's good that way.
From
Mr. Ivan.
Ivan, welcome. How are you doing?
Second tries the charm. All good.
Well, it helps when I don't hang up on you.
Well, yeah, this usually is beneficial. So I cannot wrap my head around this, why the judge is allowing this to happen this way. with this. Like, I can't believe he didn't ask the question that we're all asking. How was she able to hang out at the jail all weekend, but she can't make the, 10 o'clock or whatever it was on a Tuesday,
Yep, that's the elephant in the room question. And
yeah, she didn't fly back to Timbuktu in the last day. She stayed in town.
Yeah, she's billing per day that she's here. She's got a per diem that's coming to her.
There's a lawsuit.
It's in her financial interest to stay here.
All I have to say is they better not have allowed her to re-meet with Letecia while, you know what I mean, like over this 3-hour break.
Oh my
or
goodness!
I will literally.
That,
you know what I mean?
That would be a problem. That would be a problem, I think.
Because then it's almost as if they're rubbing your face in it. Because everybody already suspects that. That's what happened over the weekend. And so I just don't understand how they can say how can she determine the mindset of somebody for an act that was committed over 2 years after the time that she actually sat down with the person. Like, doesn't that seem like witchcraft to you? Like,
it's interesting. I do think she's going to use a scientific method to diagnose it. I think she's going to say, here's what I drew my conclusion from, and here's the evidence that I use. So I think she's going to have a sound, or at least a logically plausible definition or explanation for how she reached her conclusion. But
oh boy, I cannot wait to hear this method. This is going to be right up there with tossing a phone against the wall in a hotel room all weekend.
You didn't like the phone expert in Alex Murdaugh's trial?
Yeah, this is going to be right in the same line of legitimacy, I'm afraid. Like, holy Toledo. And I think I've been so impressed with the prosecution. Now, granted, I don't think in my whole lifetime I've ever seen a defendant I was more convinced was guilty in my life. And so, now granted, like you said, they kind of drew the perfect case in that regard. But I just think like their entire decorum, their entirety of how they've presented the case, the order of the witnesses has lined up perfectly. It has been something, especially after we watched the Murdaugh trial, which was like, which one of these things does not, belong? Like every
one of these things is not like the others, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like you'd have a phone expert, and then you would have his financial partner, and then you would have, the weird guy with the armpits, and then you'd have, it was just like, it was like playing pinball. It was like witness pinball.
You're making me nostalgic. You're making me nostalgic for the trial. It was crazy. Ivan, it's going to be fun today. You and me both are going to be pinned to our seat watching what they do. I can't wait for Cross as well on Dr. Lewis.
Well, let's just hope. Yeah, and the Cross is going to be what it's all about, because we already know that she's going to sing a song for the defense. But like, I can't wait to watch her scientific method, get picked apart by the DA. So. And I hope, like, let's all pray to whatever spirit, God, thing we believe in, that Letecia is as clueless and as arrogant as we all think she is, and gets up on that stand tomorrow and gives us, a year's worth of sound bites.
We want Maria. Yeah. Ivan, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Your take, as always. Always welcome here. Appreciate you. We'll see you, man.
All right. Yep. Love you guys.
Love you. Bye. As you can see in chat, Jennifer Gage says, here with a bunch of RA fans waiting to go in. Yes, they are outside the courtroom in Colorado Springs waiting to go in. So we will be watching for them in the background, as Jennifer's been there previous days as well. Jennifer, super excited for you. Can't wait to hopefully connect with you once this is over and maybe get your take on a few things. Let's see, less than 15 minutes for court to resume. Yeah, I'm trying frantically to get the feedback up, which
Ashy Snow just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Ashley, thank you for the super sticker. The Black Cat is awesome. Janique Lynch gifted 5 memberships during that time as well, as so did Jennifer Bruce. For those new people who are just arriving, if you would like to be eligible to receive a membership, if one person, just one of you, has to type !gifts, that's gift with an S on the end, in chat, it will respond with a link. You click that link and you just make sure the setting is turned on for receive gifts on this channel. That way YouTube knows that you want to receive a gift if one becomes available, and it will put you in the mix for the drawing. And then how they divvy about, that's up to them. But at least you're in the mix and Impossible can win. Looks like as far as the gifted memberships go, let's see, we have, for Janique Lynch, we had Carol Thorne, Kristen, just Kristen, All Blue Roses, Alfred Rosler, and It's Me, all gifted memberships through Jacqueline. Thank you so much, Jacqueline, and congratulations to those winners. And also on... let's see, for Jennifer Bruce's 5 memberships, it looks like those went to Taylor Nyland, True Bet Pondu, Wendy Bembridge, Angela Angelo, and Lizzie B. So awesome. And then follow that up with Terry Brumley, who also joins the gallery as a new member. Thank you so much. Welcome all new members. As Samantha says, hi. Oh, there it was. It's scrolling so fast. Hi, all new RA members. Welcome. It's going to be good. Okay, court is now, okay, they've finally got the session open. We don't have any video yet, but at least we've got we will have it as soon as it becomes available. Make that one full screen. This is all my secret, how I get the best resolution. That one there, open another one here. I do run 3 connections to the courthouse. I'm not sure if they like that, but there we go. Okay.
Kelly Bobelli just sent a super sticker with 5.
Kelly Bobelli, thank you for the super sticker. Love the party hat and the party horn as well. Okay, our feed is up and ready to go. Waiting for courtroom camera. And audio's on. Reset. This one off. Switch this to live. Okay, we have less than 10 minutes, so that was it was cutting it close, but we're at least ready. We're not going to miss anything. Okay, and everything's set there. Oh, actually, we need to go to 3. Or super source. There we go. Okay, got it. Now we're all set. Okay, just had a panic. My tablet just switched itself off. Thank goodness it came back on, or I'd have cried. I'm sorry, Eileen. I hate it when electronics don't do what they're supposed to do.
12-year-old granddaughter asks, can you say her name? It's Jasmine.
Jasmine. I'm not sure if it's Jasmine Lynch or someone else, but Jasmine, your grandparents are absolutely amazing. Give them a big hug for me and tell them thank you for supporting our channel. Jasmine, hopefully you're not listening to all the awful stuff that people do in this world. Sorry, let me answer this briefly.
Ricky Watson.
Hey, Ricky, hold on just 1 second. I'll get with you, all right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sounds good. Anyway, Jasmine, people do really awful stuff in this world, and unfortunately, we spend a lot of time talking about that here. But just know, the world's full of really good people. Your grandparents are some of them. Give them a hug. Do what they say. and thank you so much. They're awesome. Ricky is on the phone. Ricky, I saw a message in chat saying you might need some help getting a YouTube channel running. I know a guy.
Yes, sir.
I know a guy.
Yes, sir. Yes. By God, if y'all know anybody, kind of let me know, and I can go from yonder.
All right. Here's what I'm about to say. If you're actually going to meet
Jacqueline Robinson just sent a super sticker with 5.
If you're willing to meet up with Matthew Harris.
Yeah, sure.
Matthew Harris is amazing at YouTube. He has his own YouTube channel, knows a lot about how to get started and what you can do, and you can probably get started with a pretty simple channel without too much effort or equipment, which is what's important. You don't need all the stuff that I've got here. Most of it you don't need. You'll need like a computer and a camera and maybe a microphone, and then some of those you can start without. You can just use your onboard computer microphone a lot of times. So,
yeah, okay.
So
yeah. I get to meet up with him in a couple of days.
Awesome. I cannot wait. I want to see the picture of you two together. Hopefully he's going to be wearing a hat too.
Because I got to go from here to Lubbock, but I'd call him and asked if I could meet up with him sometime.
That would be awesome. That's awesome.
So when I go down yonder,
shout out to Mrs. Raw for letting RA do what he doesn't. One time you want me over for dinner.
Yeah, that would be great, and we can't wait to see the picture. But
shoot, that fella right there is an awesome guy right yonder.
Yes, he is. Really like him. Matthew's been really helpful for me as well. Not just not just as legal help, but just as a genuine, just a nice human being.
Oh yes, sir. And I also enjoy when Miss Nicole calls in.
Yeah, she does a great job as well.
By God, she can tell you things you wouldn't even know about.
Yep. Ricky, it is awesome to hear your voice. You've got many fans out here who I think if you set up a YouTube channel would love to be one of your first 1,000 subscribers.
Well, by God, I thank y'all all for me, and I just thought I'd let you have a little Texas accent for just a bit.
It's great. It's wonderful. Thank you very much. We're going to get going here. Court is starting right now, so I'll let you go.
Okay, sounds good, bud.
All right, we'll see you.
Get her done.
Get her done. All right, bye. I love that. Melissa Bartholomew, thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Mrs. Ari for letting Ari do what he does. What time do you want me over for dinner? Yeah. I'm not sure what's on the menu for dinner tonight. Let's see. We're just getting everything connected here. Courtroom. They fixed the camera. Yes.
Court will call 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point?
Guess who else isn't there?
Yeah, take that back. Sorry.
Should I go down the line?
We need Dr. Lewis before the jury comes in. So
Yeah. Okay. Do we have Dr. Lewis somewhere?
Supposedly in transit.
Oh, she's not here yet.
She is not.
Okay. Well, we won't be starting without her. So, all right. Aside from that, does anybody have anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay. So, do we know what transit means?
If we approach.
Okay.
Like maybe her opinion is in transition. Is that what they're saying? Jacqueline, thank you for the super chat as well. Jasmine as well. Good to hear you. Let me take that camera right there. Sorry. Letecia is sort of laughing. The fact that her lawyer is not present is, I guess we're right. Let's see. We've got a few fans there in the background. I don't remember what Jennifer Gage is wearing. I think she's back there in the camera. We've got a few people in there. A few people who pop in on the channel, I think, are there. Let's see. We want this view right here where we can see her hands under the table as well. Okay. Let's get. Somebody was asking me, I forget if it was, I think it was just after we stopped going live. Someone asked me, he said, what happens if she changes her opinion? If Dr. Lewis changes her opinion over the weekend? What happens then? And honestly, I think what happens then is the defense doesn't call her.
Dr. Lewis and School Satchel must use the same crappy alarm clock.
School Satchel? Who calls it School Satchel?
I was kick back, taking it easy.
Oh, there's a School Satchel. Dr. Lewis and the backpack lawyer must use the same crappy alarm clock. Let's see where he's at. Okay, we can. We'll just zoom in and see who's here. I think this front row is these two people, the purple and the, let's see, this guy, right? Let me bring the mouse down here. This guy that the cursor's on, I believe he's a reporter right there. And this girl right there next to him is a reporter as well.
Counsel approach, please.
Man, Boots is not having a good day. Do you see that look on his face? He is not happy. I think something's happening. I'm not sure why the white balance is so bright on this one, but all right. Let's see. Everyone in red and black are recovery addicts. I have a feeling the witness will be a no-show. Lisa, a no-show. Oh my goodness. How could you Okay, so the suit being in front of part of the camera image is causing the white balance and the color balance to be off on this. So that's why it's happening the way it is here and looking funny. As soon as the bench conference ends or the sidebar ends, the colors will look a lot better and the picture will be a little clearer as well. Ricky's get her done could be a definite soundbite. Ricky, can I use your get her done soundbite? I would love to have a soundbite of Ricky. Ricky on here. Her stare is disconcerting. The judge has turned off his camera right now, so the only camera visible is the one looking at the courtroom. It's absolutely pathetic. Imagine if this was the Parkland judge. She would have eaten the defense and then eaten their lunch. Sounds like the kickback, taking it easy bloke. Similar accent. Similar.
For about 10 minutes or so.
All rise.
And just like that, we have a 10-minute break. Letecia stood up for a third of a second and then sat down again. So we have a 10-minute break again. It's going to be 2:10 is what we're expecting now that hopefully the witness shows up to the case that she's the star witness for. The cost should come out directly of the defense attorney's pay. I don't know if I don't think they're orchestrating this. I would say that. I don't think they're orchestrating this for a show. I do think that the backpack lawyer is probably not giving her a ride on his bicycle, so I don't know why he's late. He should be there, but had to go pick up the doctor on his bike. You beat me to it. Backpack lawyer is not there yet. Bingo for the no-show. Teresa, do you have the no-show on there? She pulled a Kim Gardner. Is the doc under orders to be there? I don't know if she's subpoenaed. I would doubt that she's subpoenaed, which means that she could just no-show. If she was subpoenaed and she's in state, that would be a bad thing. And this would definitely be bad for her career as well. And I realize she's a little older. She's getting older. And so her career is mostly, it's waning a little bit, not waxing. But what would happen if she didn't show up? We'd go straight to Letecia's testimony, I think. He's outside talking to her. If she changed her opinion at this point, what happens then? Oh my goodness! Holy cow! Yes, I'm out of nervousness. I'm going to be squeezing the cash cow. Not sure what's going to happen. See, somebody sent me a text message saying to wish Mrs. R.A. Happy Teacher Appreciation Day, and I have not done that yet. So thanks for the reminder. And to all the teachers out there, we appreciate you. Thank you very much. Chris Dixon says, recovery addict, is it just backpack or the witness late? Had to take the dementia neighbor home. Okay, thank you for helping your neighbor, first of all, Chris. That's something that we should all do. But it's, I believe, both backpack and witness lawyer who were late. She may have realized she's wrong. Remember the 3-hour meeting the other night? Prosecution complained. Yep. Maybe they're trying to trigger Maria to come out. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think this could be an appealable issue. Oftentimes lawyers have to go to court without the defense they would like to put on because of just who's available. Well, she did just have her 200th birthday. She's not that old, Ivan. She's not that old. And I imagine she's probably... she has a lot of experience, even if it's in the previous century. It is Teacher Appreciation Week. Okay, Luke, thanks. All week long, we appreciate T-shirts. We can do that. Dr. Lewis is respected. She noped out of this crap show. She must have changed her opinion after 3 hours talking with Letecia in the jail. I wonder if she can still bill, if she can still submit a bill and get paid if she doesn't testify. If Dr. Lewis doesn't show, will there be a mistrial or something? What happens? I think it just goes on and they say, well, they've already presented some evidence. So do you have any other witnesses? And then we'll probably get Letecia on the stand. And then that's it. And then we're done. Pass the cash cow around. Everyone needs a good squeeze. I will squeeze for all of y'all because it's too far to throw. She's already an unreliable witness. What is even going on? These shenanigans. It's crazy, Ashley. We told you it was going to be crazy. P-Frog says she'll show. It's fine. She's probably just in transit. She probably already got a down payment and skipped town. I don't think so. I believe she is a professional. I'm not doubting her that way. We might not agree with her conclusions, but I believe she is professional and in how she conducts her business. Let's see. Burner. Let me check the burner. Let's see. We've got a million messages here. Okay.
All rise. The court is now in session.
I think she will show something's going on. It's surprising that she's not available still, especially after being late this morning. So unless she had had a family emergency, which could happen, she could have had a family emergency. Maybe one of her great grandchildren had passed away from old age. Sorry, I was poking fun at her age. I shouldn't do that. I apologize. Please forgive me. I don't know. There may have been something that required her to go back to wherever she was from, and now she's just returning to the state. Okay. She's worked with Bundy. I think she analyzed Bundy. I don't think she was involved in the Bundy case directly, and Shawcross, among many others. She's an expert in her field, but she's older and may need time. This is stressful on her and may need medical help. I didn't know she was. What is her actual age? I've heard everyone say she's old, but I don't know her actual age. I don't think the prosecution plotted her delay. I think anything that delays this trial for the prosecution is something they would rather not do. They would like this to be over as soon as possible.
This is getting crazy. K-theme from Jeopardy.
Cue the theme from Jeopardy. Do. Get me a copyright strike. Christine, thank you very much for the super chat. It is getting very, very crazy. But hopefully here in just a couple minutes we'll be good to go. Jury does not know why the delay, correct? Yes, Denny, the judge has been very good at not letting the jury know about any problems that are going on in court. Those are handled outside of their presence. They are strictly responsible for listening to evidence and weighing the evidence. So although they might have delays and not know what's going on, they're able to just focus on evidence and keep their task forefront in their minds. She wasn't scheduled till this afternoon. She's 85. We're going to pin this one preemptively, assuming she's going to show up, that Dr. Lewis is going to be on the stand. Professor Yale, retired clinical professor, Yale University Department of Psychiatry and Child Study Center. She's an expert witness. Dr. Dorothy Lewis is her name. That's who we're expecting any moment now. Letecia did already say she was guilty, but she admitted to doing something differently than happened. Werner Spitz is like 100 and he's
Werner
always
Spitz
on time.
is like 100 and he was always on time, no excuses. Do we have more issues? I stepped away for a bit. When do we start back?
We are waiting right now for a feed from the courtroom. This is what we have right now. In about 3 minutes, we're expecting the courtroom to be live again. We're waiting for the witness to show up, who is still not there. The same one who was delayed this morning, Allison, is not there. Dr. Lewis. And also, backpack lawyer is not there.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Maybe the other attorney is filling her in that she can't testify about their 3-hour meeting Sunday. That would make sense, Jamie. But
Sharp S PR and tilde C Sedilla section just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Wow. The chatbot is not a huge fan of BB Princess's name. So it sort of butchered it. But BB Princess, thank you very much for the super sticker and the cake. Either the MRI didn't show up yet or it did and it was not in mysterious favor. What I don't understand is if she was supposed to testify Monday, so why didn't she stay somewhere close knowing she had to testify today? Anna, it may have been that they had originally scheduled her for Monday and she had somewhere else to be on Tuesday or Monday night, and so she flew out and then flew back in. I'm hoping for a little bit of an explanation. Sounds of silence in the courtroom.
I'm not a cat.
She could be having trouble breathing at this altitude. Is Colorado Springs mile high, roughly? What's the elevation of... Let me ask Siri. Hey, Siri. What's the elevation of Colorado Springs?
Colorado Springs is 6,035 feet above sea level.
Ooh, over a mile. 5,280, I believe, is a mile. So it's a mile and a quarter high. Just when you thought it couldn't get crazier. Denver's a mile high. And Colorado Springs is up in the mountains a little higher, right? Or actually, Colorado Springs is south of Denver.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We probably should, Mr. Brooks. What's this case number again? I don't have the case number in front of me. I haven't looked it up for a little bit. But any minute now, we're expecting to have video and audio. Actually, let's go ahead and take it live just so you can see what happens. Okay, so this is our live feed from the courthouse. Why is that showing up that way?
Tangi Mills just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Whoa. Something just happened. Tangi Mills, thank you for the super sticker. Coming soon to a courthouse near you. Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis is known for using hypnotism. That 3-hour Sunday meeting. I didn't know she was a hypnotist. That is interesting. Edward Fernandez, thank you for the super chat. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for your support.
I was kicked
We're
back,
now
taking it easy.
30 seconds late from what the judge said we would start. Didn't someone say she had a deposition to do this morning? I didn't hear that.
Not a camel.
Kath.
Jury is attentive. The case is in capable hands.
Yeah, I don't think we're in danger right now, Sue Fernandez. I think the jury's going to do a great job. They don't know about all the stuff that we do, and really they shouldn't. It doesn't really play in on the case. Am I the only one that plans their day around this channel? Don, you and me. Those are the two. I plan my day around this channel as well. Altitude and latitude are different. I'm south of Denver and higher than Denver in Albuquerque. Okay, latitude is like the ladder stripes on the globe. Go across. North to south is higher in latitude. Altitude has to do with elevation, which is distance from the center of the earth, or distance actually is measured in above sea level. But
now what Murdoch stole it.
Okay. Why is Letecia taking a stand? BB Princess, we don't know if she is. She still has not made her decision yet. The judge talked to her this morning, as he had previous days, and basically asked her to make the decision, and she said she wants to wait on that decision, and that was on advice from her counsel. So it sounds like the counsel might be open to having her take the stand. I mean, they have nothing to lose other than the case. But
I'm not a camel.
Is Letecia testifying? Still not decided. Norja Rostami. Still not decided. Hopefully, probably tomorrow.
Subject matter jurisdiction?
It will be decided. I need to hurry up. I'm almost done eating my snack. Need more popcorn for Sheets? If someone can bring some popcorn. Who all thinks we'll have a jury decision by Friday afternoon? Friday evening, I think, would be the soonest for me. How long will the judge wait for the witness? As long as it takes, but he's not going to be happy about it. I think if it takes another hour, he's going to be pretty upset.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay. All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Our next witness, as I understand it, is Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Are you Dr. Lewis? All right.
Your Honor, if I may, she's requesting to stay.
That's fine.
She has concerns about the step.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Where exactly should I?
I was trying to figure that part out, actually. Maybe right next to the witness stand?
She may be in a wheelchair.
Go over there. I can stand over. Oh, let's get you sworn in.
Okay, yeah. Couple of things. Okay, listen to Mr. Sproul. I've had this conversation before. Don't move furniture in my home around. All these electronics, everybody's using them for all kinds of different things. If you run them over a wire and it gets disconnected, nobody's going to be using your electronics. So that's why we have it the way that we have it set up. That's why you need to ask before you start moving things around. Wouldn't be right if I went into your office and started moving stuff around either. So let's not do that. Dr. Lewis, if you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. We have had, just a minute, we've had some conversations and a couple of things. I understand that you had a meeting with Ms. Stauch and Mr. Tellini on Sunday. Okay. You can't really mention anything about that or anything that you learned from that. I see that you're puzzled by that. In Colorado, the rules governing trials and my orders are that all expert reports are to be provided to opposing counsel no later than 35 days prior to the time of trial. I know that may be a surprise too, because your report was not provided 35 days prior to trial. I am allowing you to testify to the matters that I have in your report, or that you have referenced in your report. I think it's dated.
There's one that was February 13th and one that was March 16th.
Thank you. So you can talk about things that are in your reports of February 13th and March 16th, but nothing after that. In addition, my understanding is that, and I'm not sure when this was discussed, but there was information that Ms. Stauch may have sustained a concussion, I think during softball, and may have had some of her teeth knocked out as a result of that. You can't mention that either, because that's not in your report either. But I will say this, you can, it's the first report, right? Mr. Tellini?
It is. And the only other thing I would just supplement regarding the softball, there's nothing in any of the reports about the teeth being knocked out. There was in the reports, specifically CMHIP, documented that Ms. Stauch said that she had concussions playing softball, and then in her
let me finish the advisement to the witness before we go down another avenue. So you do have in your February 12 letter, you do have a report that she was severely injured when a shelf fell on her head and knocked her unconscious. You can talk about that. That's all okay. And that she was taken to an emergency room, required a CAT scan, had a discharge with a diagnosis of brain damage. You can talk about those, but you can't talk about the softball incident. So with that, you can give Mr. Cook some direction as to where you would like to be.
She has a clarifying question, I believe.
Okay, sure.
Because I believe, Your Honor, that the incident wasn't mentioned, but that it is only the problems having to do with her teeth that can't be mentioned. Is that correct, that the incident itself had been?
No, what you can't mention a softball incident. You can mention general head injury. The reason for this is Colorado has very, and I know that you testify in different states, and the rules vary from state to state, and I understand that. In Colorado, there are specific rules about disclosure of reports, and I've issued orders in this case, as I do in all, about expert opinions shall be disclosed and the basis for those and the breadth of those. And typically that means that if it's not in your report, you don't get to talk about it. And I've looked through the report. There's not a mention of a softball incident in your report. There is a mention of the shelf falling on the head. Mr. Tellini in a minute is going to tell me that you should be able to talk about the softball incident because it's mentioned in a CMHIP report. I understand that, but you don't have any opinions in any of the reports that you issued that reference how the softball incident play into your opinions. Does that answer your question?
I see.
Okay. Okay. And we have two options, maybe.
She might.
You can sit next to it.
Said she, I think with it says she might be able to get
Would
up
it-
there.
No, she's fine. Would it be okay if I finish my whole?
Oh, yeah.
My whole statement? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We have two options. We can sit you next to the witness box, and we can put that microphone closer to you so that you're not having to hold a microphone. The other option is that we have a microphone and I don't know, I guess, and you would have to hold it in your hand when you're talking. So it's up to you. Some people might find that uncomfortable. I've never done it. Don't think I would ever want to, but it's up to you.
It's more familiar.
Okay. All right. So, and I don't, those steps on that witness stand are tricky. That's why you'll see that they have tape on them, so that, because we've had people fall out of them and fall into them and all of those sorts of things. So it's up to you, whatever you think is more comfortable. I will tell you that that chair does not move. It swivels, but it doesn't move forward. And I don't think it rocks either. So it does. Yeah, so it moves forward a little bit, so it's up to you how you think you would be more comfortable. So just tell Mr. Cook what you want to do.
Mr. Cook is helping her to the stand. So we'll give him a pass on being late today.
Try to get there. There?
Yeah, but before you move there, you got to make me one promise, and that is that you're not going to try and get out of that stand by yourself. Okay. All right. Okay. As long as we're on the same page, because I don't want you to get hurt.
She's a runner.
Okay. And then.
That works.
Does that work? Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
It's not a cardboard box in front of her legs. That's actually a divider on the table that prevents you from seeing through. But it also prevents you from seeing that she's shackled. And the phone's ringing. Here we go, Sheets. This is what we were waiting for. Pass the cow, please. I'm going to need the cow. Who is Boots? Judy Boots is the attorney who is standing at the lectern right now with the blue jacket and the blue tie, or the red tie. Let's get a little couple picture here.
All rise for the jury, please. Dr. Lewis, you can stay there. That's okay.
Did she just put something in her ear? Or just touch her ear? That seemed very deliberate.
Okay. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will note that there is somebody in the witness stand as opposed to having us call that person up because of Dr. Lewis's physical issues. We brought her onto the stand ahead of time. You can see that there's a wheelchair by her as well. So she's already been sworn in. And with that, Mr. Tellini.
All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Dorothy Otnow Lewis, Lewis, MD.
Okay. And Dr. Lewis, we're going to talk a little bit to start off with about your education and then some of your work experience that has given you insight into some of the issues that we're going to be discussing and then some of your other qualifications. Is that okay?
Fine.
All right. Where, Dr. Lewis, did you go to undergrad?
I went to Radcliffe College of Harvard University.
And was there a rank in which you graduated from there? Was there a rank in which you graduated? Were you magna cum laude?
I was, magna cum laude, right.
Yes. And what does that mean?
That's with high honors.
Okay. And after graduating from there, where did you go to school next?
I subsequently went to Yale University School of Medicine.
And do you remember what year you graduated from Yale University School of Medicine?
In 1963.
After you graduated from Yale Medical School, where did you go next? Did you do a fellowship or what did you do next?
After graduation, I received a fellowship from the National Institutes of Mental Health, and it was a research fellowship, and in which I was studying the ability to measure an individual's capacity for intimacy, for the ability to relate warmly to other human beings or empathically to other people.
And how long did you do that for?
For a year.
Okay, and what did you do after that?
After that, I did an internship in pediatrics.
And how long did you do that?
For a year.
For a year. And what did you transition from your internship in pediatrics? Where did you transition to next?
I then did my adult psychiatry training at the Yale University School of Medicine in the Department of Psychiatry.
Okay, so then you went back to Yale to specialize in psychiatry, correct?
Correct.
And how long were you at Yale Medical School the second time?
Endless.
It
was 2 years in adult psychiatry, and then I did 2 years in child and adolescent psychiatry.
Okay.
So that would be a total,
I think, of 4.
With medical school, quite a few years.
Okay. And then with your training specifically in adolescent and pediatric psychiatry and psychology, what did you use? Where did you take that training and where did you go to next?
When I studied adult psychiatry, I did my first year of training at the West Haven VA hospital, and then the second year of adult training was completed at Yale New Haven, mostly on the inpatient service and in part on the outpatient clinic.
What kind of stuff did you see when you worked with the VA?
Everything.
Everything.
Yes. It was primarily men, and it was individuals who had varying amounts of experience and time in the service. But it was an inpatient service, and much of the time I was on a locked service because it was with patients where there was a risk to themselves or perhaps to others, were in an open ward.
Okay. And then after that, did you move on and do other stuff in either pediatric or adolescent psychiatry?
Yes. After the adult training, I spent 2 years at the Yale University Child Study Center, and this was actually most of the training there was outpatient training in diagnosis and treatment of children and adolescents.
And at some point in time, did your training in pediatric and adolescent psychiatry come to kind of intersect to some degree with the court system?
Yes.
Could you explain that for us?
Yes. During my training in child psychiatry, I became interested in the juvenile court in New Haven. And so I began by just spending 1 day a week at the juvenile court, just sitting, listening in, and being available if there were any way I could be useful. And at that time, it became clear that the court was handling some extremely emotionally, psychiatrically, sometimes medically, neurologically disturbed children and their families. And what is more, they really had no services to offer these people. So what I did is I collaborated with the head of probation and also with the chief judge at the court, and we applied for a grant to create a clinic at the juvenile court in New Haven. And to the best of my knowledge, I think it was the first court clinic, period, psychiatric clinic in Connecticut that had ever been. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that it was. And to the best of my knowledge, I worked there for quite a few years, and it has continued to be funded, and it continues to exist.
Exist even today?
I think so.
Okay. Were there a time then when you kind of moved from working with adolescents to an older population with psychiatry?
Yes, I'm trying to think of any exact of when that occurred.
Well, do you remember being invited to join either the facilities of Columbia University or New York University or NYU?
Well, there was another year in between there.
Well, what happened in that other year then? I'm sorry.
While at the juvenile court clinic, the purpose of the clinic was one, service, and to the court and to the families there, and also research if any research issues came up to study them. And so I worked with a neurologist, a social worker, learning disabilities people, what have you, and we discovered that there were a fair number of pretty serious psychiatric, neurologic disorders in this group. And what we did is we did some studies to try to measure, were there any differences between, let's say, ordinary adolescents in the New Haven area who were not delinquent and the court clinic population, and we found that indeed there were. And we published some papers on the differences between some of the fairly severe neuropsychiatric problems that distinguished the delinquent group from the other group, from the matched group of non-delinquents. And somehow our work became better known. And then
while we're going back and talking about that work, were those in what are called, back to those articles being published, were those published in peer-reviewed journals?
Yes, I believe so.
And what is a peer-reviewed journal?
A peer-reviewed journal is it's a scientific journal, and it's a journal in which you submit your whatever your research findings are, and then they are reviewed by other people who are experts in your field, often bigger experts in your field than you are, and they're reviewed to see whether they merit being published or not. And they were. And subsequent to that, I think I'd forgotten to mention, I received a call from someone at the state, somebody I think in corrections, and they had some funds in order to study juveniles at a correctional institution in Connecticut that had been created for seriously aggressive delinquents. It was a kind of new concept. And they asked whether I could put together a group similar to the group whom I had put together for the court clinic, and whether we could study the juveniles at the institution for severely violent delinquents. And so we did do that, and we did do research that we compared some of the more aggressive delinquents with the less aggressive, and eventually we were able to move out a little, and we were able to actually get a group of non-delinquents, and we were able to do a matched sample. It was from New York and from Connecticut, of delinquents and non-delinquents from the same socioeconomic background, but one had been in trouble with the law, one had not. And we published that. I think that was maybe one of our more influential kinds of papers. And I think that it was perhaps as a result of that and some of the other papers that we had published that I received invitations to join the faculty at several of the universities in New York. And so I moved my work, and I moved to New York. I moved my work to New York City.
And back to those studies that were fairly influential, was part of the reason they were influential is because they were kind of groundbreaking and contrary to how people had been looking at juvenile offenders prior to that.
Oh, yes. They were different from what I had expected. When I began my work, it was during the era of West Side Story, where we're depraved because we're deprived, right? And really, that was how I had trained and what I expected to find. And I was surprised to find what I found at the court clinic, and then later at the School for Delinquent Kids. And yes, it was new, and it's always been an area of disagreement, of argument, of questioning. But I think by now it's fairly well accepted. But at the time, it was a surprise to me and to the people who read our work.
Okay. And then you were indicating you moved your practice to New York. Where specifically in New York? Well,
I received invitations to join the faculty of Columbia University, Cornell University, and New York University. And it was, it was a difficult choice, a kind of heady choice. And I decided to pick NYU, New York University. It may have been the least prestigious of the three, but they had a prison. And New York and Cornell and Columbia, they were not delighted having services for violent adolescents or violent adults, whereas NYU, first of all, its base is Bellevue Hospital, and Bellevue was the very first general hospital in our whole country, anywhere. And Bellevue was very well known for having a prison unit in it, and Cornell and Columbia didn't go for that. So I decided to take a position at NYU at Bellevue, and I commuted there for about 20 years from New Haven to New York.
And then, so that allowed you to continue doing research in a certain population and how neurological and psychiatric things affect that specific population. Would that be accurate?
Yes, it extended your opportunities, because in a general hospital you have equipment, you have MRIs, you have EEGs, you have the ability to do 24-hour EEGs. There are opportunities that you just don't have at a court clinic or in in a detention facility, so that it did give you an opportunity. Also, it had other faculties. They're all different fields in any general hospital. So it gave you the opportunity to consult. If you didn't know what was going on or you had questions, you had other people you could ask and you could consult with. So that it was an ideal place to try to do research on. By this time, the research was on the correlates of violence and the distinction between what perhaps creates a violent individual and what kinds of things may be protective from violence.
And did you continue? So you continued to do research, and did you continue to have articles published in peer-reviewed journals?
Yes.
If you were just going to guess off of the top of your head, how many articles in peer-reviewed journals have you had published that specifically go to kind of this type of thing you're talking about, criminal acts in neurology and psychiatry?
Well, almost all of them are in that field. I haven't counted. My guess is somewhere between 100 and 200, but okay. I don't know.
And then at some point, because of the articles that you've had published and the research that you had been done, were you then starting to be requested to do evaluations or consult on criminal cases?
Yes, actually, you remind me of how this did come about.
Okay.
We had. I had started to do a study on homicidal young children, and it turned out that that in our young ward for kids, psychiatrically impaired children, that there were a high percentage of actually homicidal young children. This was a shock to me. I did not expect this. And when we published, we actually would categorize what we found because it was hard for us to believe and hard for others. But a child tried to set fire to her mother's hair. Another child attacked a babysitter with knives. So that it was a surprise. And it was published, I think it was published in the Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry or in the American Journal of Psychiatry. But now I recall how I came to see adults. The article came to the attention of Diane Sawyer, who was on television at the time in a morning show. And so I was interviewed about our findings there. And we had found that the homicidal young children at Bellevue differed from the non-homicidal but mentally disturbed children at Bellevue in several ways. One was that there were histories usually of very severe physical and or sexual abuse. The extent to which emotional abuse contributed, we were not able to really measure well. But a combination of that, a history of severe brain injury or injury to the central nervous system, and or a history of a predisposition to certain kinds of now things that we consider to be, at least in part, genetic predispositions to psychoses, as in individuals who are predisposed to whatever schizophrenia now is. It changes its definition from year to year or so, but it's considered a severe and in part, heritable disorder. So that we discovered that this distinguished the homicidal kids from the other ones. And 2 days after I had been interviewed, I received a call from from I think one of the heads of, I think it was the public defender's office in West Palm Beach in Florida. I think it was Dick Burr there. And he said that he or people on his staff had witnessed the interview with Diane Sawyer. And he said, I think I have a case in my group that sounds so much like the children you described. Would you be willing to, he happens to be on death row, would you be willing to come down to Florida and examine this person? And I said, sure, yeah. And so I did go down, and I did as careful an assessment as I could. At the time, I did not have all of the assistants, like the neurologist I worked with, the psychologist, what have you. But by God, the gentleman that I saw resembled these kids. And that was that. And a few months later, I received another call. I believe, again, it was from Dick Burr. And he said, I think we have another inmate. And I think his group was responsible for all of the death row inmates at West Palm Beach in Florida then. And would you come down and see this person? And I did. The thing that I remember most about that particular individual was that he had a dent in his skull. We tend to do neurologic as well as psychiatric assessments as far as we can. And he had a dent, and it turned out that his father had run over his head with a cart and a horse. And you don't get much better data than that in terms of documenting injury. And we did find that, yes, there were similarities again. And so, again, we pulled together a few $1,000s, and then I was able to recruit a neurologist, Dr. Jonathan Pincus, and a learning disability specialist, Barbara Bard, who taught at one of the colleges in Connecticut, and a psychologist. I do not remember at the moment who it was. And what we did is Dick Burr had us evaluate all of the death row inmates that were in his group or his assignment, with one exception. And the one exception was there was one inmate there who had been diagnosed as having a severe psychotic disorder. And we didn't want to see anyone who had already been evaluated, and we didn't want to skew in the direction of pathology or not pathology. So that subject was eliminated. But other than that, we evaluated all of the inmates, the death row inmates in his group. And we published that study, and I think that was published in the American Journal of Psychiatry. And I think that that's what kind of gave my work a sort of kick in that direction, because it was unexpected and fascinating, new insight into some of the things that go along with homicidally aggressive behavior.
And since that time, could you estimate how many criminal cases you've been asked to do evaluations on?
Oh dear, I don't know. I'm not certain. I would have to guess somewhere between 1 and 200 or more adults on death row by and large. But I'm not sure. It could be more.
And a significant portion of those cases that you were brought in to do the evaluations on were death penalty cases, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of this work, did it start to become apparent to you that there were many cases of, it was called multiple personality disorder at the time, but now it's called dissociative identity disorder, many cases of individuals on death row who had the disorder who had not been diagnosed properly?
No.
Okay.
In part, when I say no, that doesn't mean that it didn't exist. What it means is that when I trained, that the very diagnosis was up for grabs, and perhaps it still is. It depends on the experience, the sophistication, the training of the individual. But I had been trained to be very skeptical about the existence of this kind of disorder, and so I have little question, but that maybe over the first quite a few years that I worked on death row or worked with very dangerous people, I think I missed the diagnosis because you can't see what you don't believe exists. You just can't. You miss it, and so that I'm fairly sure that it existed, but I didn't recognize it, and then over the years, as I was confronted with more obvious kinds of cases, and also sometimes people had diagnosed something before I had, and when I was asked to evaluate the individual, I became more aware of what this disorder was like. But when I first went into this field, I did not have any idea that I would be seeing this, nor did I think it existed, really.
And then through your training experience over the years, you were able to recognize it and diagnose it more often. Would that be accurate? Yes. And what I tended to do, because I was aware of my own skepticism, we do not often videotape our interviews. It's not usually possible. It's a very complicated thing in a prison. But what I did do was, if there were cases where I said, nobody is going to believe this, those are the cases that I would say, let's videotape these and then leave it up to whoever sees it, if it's a jury, if it's other clinicians. But so it was at that point that we started to at least videotape some of our more problematic cases. And then you could start to document more of the objective signs, symptoms, behaviors that led to that diagnosis. And have you published peer-reviewed journals on either multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder, as is now known? Yes. Do you know how many? No, okay. I don't. I can think of one that I think is the most maybe important one that we published, and the reason was that in a lot of these kinds of cases, particularly cases where there is a question of malingering or of trying to get away with something or what have you, you really want to be able to document something that you didn't create. It was there before they set eyes on you, because when people make this diagnosis, they're often accused of suggesting it. And so what we would try to do is at least document and videotape when there were data that antedated our contact with the individual whom we were seeing. And that's how we would
get objective evidence that something existed.
And you also ended up writing a book based primarily on your dealing with death row inmates who suffer from, at that point, I think it said multiple personality disorder or dissociating disorder.
Yes.
What was the name of that book?
Guilty by Reason of Insanity.
And then you've also been the focus of a documentary that was on HBO.
Yes.
So you tell me a little bit about that. Sure.
Our work became better known. Better known in certain circles, I guess. And a producer named Alex Gibney became aware of my work and just contacted me to try to get consultation on a mini series that he was going to be creating with Laura Dern, with the actress. And she was going to play a woman psychiatrist who saw death row inmates. And somehow he got my name and interviewed me. And I brought with me some of the tapes that we had made of some of the more interesting cases that we had had. And after, 2 or 3 sessions working together, he said, Dorothy, I don't want to do the mini series. I want to do a documentary on you. And it was a staggering occurrence. And of course, I said, fine. Yeah. And so we worked on it together for about 4 years. And alas, it came out, I think, the very first day of COVID, a disaster. And it now it's on HBO, and it can be seen, and it's called Crazy Not Insane.
So the same title as your book?
I beg your pardon?
The same title as your book?
No, the book is Guilty by
That's right.
Reason of Insanity, and the documentary on HBO is Crazy Not Insane.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in a court of law?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
No.
What are some of the jurisdictions that you've been qualified as an expert?
I can tell you states.
Sure, that would be.
Let me just name a few. Let's see, the state of Washington, California, Texas, Florida, Louisiana, Kentucky, New Jersey.
And do you know what fields have you been qualified to give expert testimony in?
What
fields?
In what fields? As a clinician,
a clinical psychiatrist?
Yes, as a psychiatrist. I think that I've been asked, particularly when there have been issues of psychiatric and neurologic combinations of disorders or questions, because, well, obviously the brain and the mind are connected, and so that your training is in both fields. In psychiatry, 2/3 of your exams are in psychiatry, 1/3 in neurology. Vice versa, if you're a neurologist, 2/3 of your boards are in neurology and 1/3 in psychiatry. And since I worked and published with Dr. Pincus, who was a professor at Yale, and then I think at St. Elizabeth's, we were often asked to work on similar cases and work together and learn from each other.
And at least now you're, just for the jury's knowledge, right now you're more or less semi-retired, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so are you currently board certified right now?
Yes.
Okay. What are you board certified in?
In psychiatry.
In psychiatry. Your Honor, at this point in time, I would offer Dr. Lewis as an expert in psychiatry and ask her to be allowed to issue opinions in accordance with.
Prosecution?
May I vote aye, Your Honor?
on qualifications?
Yes.
Okay.
They want to ask her some questions. Let's hear how this goes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis. How are you doing?
Hello.
My name's Dave Young. You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just want to ask a couple questions about what you're doing now. What does semi-retired mean?
Well, I've retired from teaching teaching regularly at NYU and at Yale, although I may give a talk now and then, or in another setting, I may be invited to do a presentation or give a talk. And I'm working on analyzing data. We have a great deal of data that have never yet been analyzed, so that I'm working on that and working on writing and on occasion accepting a case such as this to assist in the diagnosis or it's usually of a violent individual.
And when you testified earlier about certain circles recognize you as an expert in the field, what did you mean?
I don't recall using the term certain circles. Could you remind me of?
Sure. I forget what the question was, but you said that you were being recognized as perhaps one of the pioneers in dissociative identity disorder within certain circles. Do you recall saying something like that?
Well, I can transpose it a little bit. I have done the chapters in the past. I guess over the past maybe 15 years now, in the major psychiatry textbook, the comprehensive textbook of psychiatry. Initially by Friedman and Kaplan, and then Kaplan and Stauch, and I have, for example, I've published in the last two editions, I did the chapter on antisocial behavior, criminality, and violence, and I also have written, but I think it's the 11th edition, has not yet been published, but I have in press the chapter in that particular textbook, and I think that's pretty generally agreed upon as the most accurate and relied upon textbook in psychiatry in this country, maybe anyway.
So, and the circles you're talking about is the field of psychiatry, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Colorado?
No.
Are you licensed to practice psychiatry in the state of Colorado?
No.
Are you licensed to conduct forensic examinations on defendants charged with criminal cases in the state of Colorado?
I believe I'm recognized as an expert and permitted to do that, but I don't have a license in Colorado. I've tried to maintain, for the most part, licenses where there is reciprocity. And all these states where I have mentioned, I'm not licensed in each of them, but usually on the basis of places where for years, I continued having a California license, a New York license, and a Connecticut license because they tended to be reciprocally recognized in other states. And hence, I could testify there, but I do not hold a license in each of these states. And indeed, I'm now just retaining my New York license because it's fairly expensive to have a license in each state, and should I need to, I can reapply, and there is reciprocity usually.
So we're clear. The answer to my question was no.
Well, the answer is I don't have a license here, no, but I've been permitted to testify in cases in states in which I do not maintain a license, because it would mean 50 licenses.
But it would also mean that you would be regulated, right, by those state agencies that regulate psychiatrists who are licensed to practice in those states?
There are only, to the best of my knowledge, the reason that I, from very early on, the reason that I took out a California license
And
was
Doctor, I want to.
well, in order to be recognized.
Well, just answer my question about
yes.
Colorado. Okay.
Yes.
There's nobody that can regulate you in Colorado because you're not licensed, correct?
I don't think that's correct. I think that I believe that your medical boards or your boards in psychiatry could certainly license me for the purpose of, say, testifying in a case, to be recognized as an expert, but I would not have to pay, say, $500 a year to 50 states in order to maintain a license there. But there is reciprocity in almost every state. In California, you have to have your license within 2 years, or it's very hard to be recognized there. Therefore, I've tried to maintain licenses in places where if I did not get them early enough, there would be a risk of not being recognized there.
Did you contact anyone in Colorado to see if you had reciprocity in the state of Colorado?
No, I did not. It was my understanding that that there were only, I could be mistaken, but that there are only two states, Florida and California, where it is really very important that you actually have a license and pay for it every year in order to maintain your license there. But otherwise, there's everywhere I've been, there has been reciprocity. I didn't even question it here. I assumed that this had been ascertained. Am I mistaken? Is it different here?
Well, I'm asking you.
I don't think so. I believe that that there is reciprocity if your credentials are good and if you are board certified. Your board certification is kind of a recognition that you are trained, prepared, and competent to work in that state.
But Colorado would have no authority to reprimand you, for instance, if you did something wrong as a psychiatrist.
No, the objection sustained. Move to a new area.
When's the last time you've been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychiatry?
I am not a forensic psychiatrist.
What fields have you been qualified in the past then?
In psychiatry.
When's the last time you treated someone as a psychiatrist?
Oh my goodness. In the past year.
Do you do that as part of your retirement? When you say you're semi-retired, do you treat patients as well?
Yes, on occasion I will, sure. Or will consult. Or by and large now, I do more diagnosis and consultation and less ongoing treatment.
Those are my questions, Jack. Thanks.
The witness will be, Mr. Tellini, you wanted to proffer this witness as an expert in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, sir.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Dr. Lewis, let's just clear that up.
You need a license to practice medicine in a state if you are treating an individual, correct? So if you were providing medical care and trying to help somebody with their problem, as opposed to just seeing what their problems were, that's when you need the medical license.
Well, I'm not sure it's restricted to that. I'm not positive that you would define it that way because of reciprocity. And you know what one might be able to do is get a time-limited period in which you could treat a patient. I've never been in a position where that's been an issue or where that's in question, but Again, the reciprocity recognizes that you're competent to work in these states in your field.
And just to be clear, I didn't contact you hoping that you would treat Ms. Stauch. I contacted you to see if you would evaluate her.
Yes.
Okay. And you've not provided any type of medical treatment other than the evaluation to Ms. Stauch.
Right.
Okay. When I contacted you regarding this case to see if you would assist, what type of information then did you seek out or were given before you came out here to perform the evaluation of Ms. Stauch?
I would have to look at.
And if it's okay with the district attorney, make sure you refresh your recollection.
Sure.
Okay, that was some spicy certification of this witness.
In addition to interviewing for 14 hours,
yes,
and consulting with a social worker, investigator, with you, and reviewing the reports of Drs. Torres, Gray, and Grimmett. I've looked at incarceration records and nursing records and these kinds of jail documents. I've looked at correctional psychiatric records and also at whatever records were produced by clinicians who were working with the prosecution. And I've reviewed nursing notes, handwriting samples, signatures of Letecia, and I've looked at whatever medical records were available, police reports, FBI reports, the autopsy report on Gannon, and a review of the prosecution's witness tapes.
Okay. And all in all, that I believe it was about 6 different binders full of paperwork that we actually mailed to you.
Yes.
Does that sound about right?
I think so.
And so it was quite a bit of information that you reviewed even before going to see Ms. Stauch.
Hundreds of pages.
One of the things that did some of the unusual facts of this case kind of perk your interest at all?
Could you clarify?
Well, as far as the violent nature of the assault on an 11-year-old boy, the fact that he was then transported to Florida, the fact that...
Notice the meeting?
No, I think the witness asked whether he could clarify, overruled.
The account of the different...
Could you start that sentence over?
Sure. As far as unusual things that kind of perked your interest, so to speak, the violent nature of the offense, of the assault on the killing of the 11-year-old boy, the way in which the body was transported to Florida and disposed of, the numerous different stories that Ms. Stauch had given trying to explain the disappearance.
I wouldn't characterize it as piqued my interest. When I get a case, I study what is in front of me, and there are many different details in a case that are far more interesting than whether somebody did some of the acts that you're describing or whether the body was handled in certain ways. I can't say those particular things piqued my interest. The case itself it's always interesting because it's not there's so many reasons and combinations of reasons that lead to bizarre and violent behaviors that I can't say that one thing piqued my interest more than another.
And you came to Colorado Springs to do the interviews of Ms. Stauch in November of 2022?
Yes, I believe so.
And you did about 14 hours of recorded interviews with her?
I think so.
Okay.
You timed, I did not time.
Okay. And one of the things actually these interviews were done at the El Paso County Jail, correct?
Yes.
And I was actually present there with you while these interviews were being done.
Your object is to leading.
That part is, you can ask her who was there.
Who was I there?
Yes.
Was there a reason that you wanted me there for these interviews?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, for a couple of reasons. One reason that I very much like an attorney or attorneys or people involved in the case to be there when I'm there is I want them to see what I see. I don't want it to be my description of what happened because my way of seeing it may differ from your way of seeing it. And therefore, I want the person to see it, particularly in unusual cases, in the sense that cases where people will be skeptical of findings, for example, in dissociative cases. These are cases that, as you know, are areas where there's a lot of skepticism and a lot of questioning. So that I like the attorney also because he's going to be presenting the case. I may not have anything to do with it. He may fire me, but he's going to be involved. And so I like the attorney to be there. And then there's one other reason. It's safer that way. And it's taken me a while to learn this. When I was a whole lot younger, I was a whole lot sillier and a whole lot braver. But I like to have attorneys there or someone there with me so that I'm in a safe place and I can relax and do my thing.
Were there any precautions taken about where I was seated to kind of prevent me from influencing things?
Well, I can tell you what I do all the time.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And I assume I did this with you. And again, I didn't always do this. It came by hard knowledge. I had worked on cases where the attorney sat wherever he felt like sitting. And there was a particular case where I was sitting facing the defendant at the time, and the attorney was seated behind me, so that he and the defendant saw each other eye to eye, and I didn't see what the attorney was doing behind my back, and it became clear to me after a while that something was going on there. Nod, wink, wink, and it's not like me to do this, but at some point, if I may be less than polite, I said, wait a minute, cut the crap.
Yeah.
I said, what's going on here? I said, if you two have stuff you want to talk about with each other or whatever, go ahead. But it was clear that there was communication going on there, and I could not rely on what the defendant was saying, looking at me. And I left the room. I said, I'm going to get up and leave now, and you two talk about it. Go ahead. And I'll be back, and, maybe we'll go on, maybe not. And I waited for a while, came back in, and they said, they would stop this. And then I changed the positions so that I could see both what the defendant was doing and what his or her attorney was doing, so that there was no, as far as I could prevent it, there was no communication between the two of them. And so I did, if memory serves, this was recent enough so that I knew enough to place you. Is that correct? Is that where I did place you?
Well, and we have a stipulation for all the 14 hours of video. it's been admitted. And so if the jury wants to view the videos, they are going to be more than welcome to when they go back to deliberations, and they can confirm both seating positions and that there wasn't any crap going on. Yeah.
Mr. Young, is there a stipulation?
Yes, there is, Your Honor, and these are people's exhibits. I realize this is defense case, but
Yeah,
there's
okay.
a stipulation to admit people's exhibit 729 through 734. 729 is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning. 730 is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the afternoon. 731 is an interview that took place on November 16, 2022 in the morning. Exhibit 732 is an interview that took place on November 16, 2022 in the afternoon. 733 is an interview that took place November 17, 2022 in the morning. And finally, 734 is an interview that took place on November 17, 2022 in the afternoon. I'll just give these to the court for you.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Then exhibits 729 through 734 will be admitted. Mr. Tolini, go ahead.
Thank you.
Those are in CDs, not thumb drives, right?
They're thumb drives, actually, because they're larger.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right, Mr. Tolini.
All right. And Dr. Lewis, before we kind of delve into the subject matter of those 14 hours of interviews, I want to talk about some things more general. I want to talk first about disassociation. And what is disassociation?
It's not an easy question. It's first of all, disassociation is not like one single fact. It isn't like a strep throat and that's it. There's a germ. This is what causes it. This is what cures it. Dissociation seems to be a continuum of the way in which the human mind works at different times. And we all, at times, dissociate. An example that many people will give will be if you're ever riding along a highway. I know I've done this where you're riding and you're thinking about one thing and you pass the exit where you were going. You intended to do one thing, your mind was on something else, and so you were somewhat dissociated from what was actually happening in front of you, and then realized your mistake and corrected it. So that would be on a very ordinary day-to-day type of behavior. There's nothing abnormal about it at all. And at the other end of that spectrum is something that now is called DID. In the days when I started training, it was called MPD, or multiple personality disorder. And there, I can tell you what it seems to be. And the way in which I understand it now, we do not have a good understanding of the physiology of it, of the way in which the chemistry of the brain works. We don't have a perfect understanding of the way in which the neurotransmission works. There's a lot more to learn about it. But it looks as though, first of all, we do seem to know what causes severe dissociative disorders. When very young children, even infants, are subjected to early, ongoing, relentless physical and or sexual abuse, where it is intolerable, where you can't cope with it anymore, the mind seems to self-hypnotize. Now, colleagues of mine would maybe use different terms to mean the same thing, that where you kind of self-hypnotize, and it is as if this were not happening to you, it's as if it's happening to someone else. Examples of this, some of you may have had these because these experiences occur occasionally at random, but sometimes an individual will picture looking down on himself, let's say from a ceiling. It's as if the person or the mind gets away, and they are looking down at the person to whom some kind of unpleasant episode is occurring. That is a kind of dissociation where you have psychologically, I can't tell you how, physiologically or in terms of neuroanatomy, we don't know that yet, but it does seem to be a physiological phenomenon that occurs. And so for a while, it's as if this is happening to someone else. Now, in the very serious kinds of cases that I've seen, it's very common for the individual who seems to have kind of split off from himself and not be there. It's very common for that other aspect of the person to take on the characteristics of the abuser. And this may be why it's so astonishing and why it takes so long for people to accept that this does happen, but it does happen. It is extremely common for an alter, if you wish to call the other entity that seems to split off psychologically. Not really. There's only one body there, but psychologically split off. And that is very often the abuser. And this is why, when I do teach about treatment, if you know this, and if you're sophisticated about this, you never speak ill of the abuser. Now, you may know from the data that have been acquired and the histories from different people, you may know for sure that yes, indeed, this person was abused by another, let's say by a parent, by a father or something like that. You never badmouth the abuser. You just don't do it. And the reason is that the mind operates in a puzzling fashion so that if you, in fact, in the first case where I ever recognized this, if you don't realize it, and if you badmouth the person, you say, oh, he's terrible, and someday we're going to get rid of him. This is a very naive way of trying to treat. You don't do that. Because remember, there is another entity, there's another process going on simultaneously. And that other process is saying, you don't need me? Oh, sure you need me. I'm going to kill her. I'm not, and by God, I've had cases where the split has occurred and the alter has said, jump out of the car. Go ahead, jump out of the car. And where a child has tried to jump out of the car and has been saved. So you don't play favorites. In fact, you find yourself saying, if you are trying to communicate with both entities at one time, you may even say, I know, let's say Sam, I know, Sam, that you've had a tough life and things haven't been good for you either. We'd like to know more about that later on. But meanwhile, please do not encourage Susie to jump out of the car. And so that, one of my kids teases me and she says, Mom, you're the only one who does group therapy with one patient. think of it that way, that all aspects of this individual often are aware. Not always. Sometimes it's too painful and the split is different, and the alternate entity is not aware of what's going on, but sometimes they are. And so, in the interest of safety, you don't badmouth. And we understand, I'm sure you had your reasons for whatever you did to so-and-so, and we'll talk about that another time. And this is the best I can do to really explain to you how this happens. I believe that in the decades to come, that probably more of this will be understood, that as we get better equipment and better ways, by the way, we have tried to look at different EEGs of different personas and to see, can you really see a different electroencephalogram going when a person is in an altered state from another state? My group has not been successful that way. There have been disagreements among them, but there are others who believe that they have been able to distinguish these differences. I'm not convinced yet, so that I can only tell you what we see, what we observe, and it's a very powerful phenomenon. Even though we may not know exactly how it works biologically, it can cause disastrous effects.
And in kind of your experience in diagnosing and treating people with DID, do the alters generally have some awareness of each other? Or does that vary?
It varies. That's such a good question. It does vary. Which is, well, why? Also, sometimes there are alters that have little groups that are aware of each other, and there can be another that is not aware of, one group is not aware of the other, or the other person is not aware, or entity is not aware of the others. So that I can't generalize, but I have seen both. I've certainly seen where it's not uncommon for in cases of homicide, where one aspect of the individual will not be aware that the other has committed a heinous kind of act, and then there will be others where they do know what happened. And
well, and part of the DID phenomena is in some degree protective measures to keep some memories kind of hidden from some of the other alters. Could you talk a little bit about that?
To think about it,
well, for example,
in certain instances, well, I've seen several serial murder cases in which when a different entity is operating, is in control or seems to be in control, that entity may be the sweetest, nicest guy you ever met. And you will, if you read a little bit about it, about different cases, that sometimes serial killers are not recognized because when they are not in that homicidal, murderous, enraged entity, they are perfectly sweet, and in fact, they can talk about ethical issues and be critical, and I think that it's probably one of the reasons that it's very hard to catch serial killers, because much of the time they're not in that state, and you'd never guess.
Well, because in that a situation like that, if somebody does suffer from DID, they may present in a matter that they seem completely innocent because the memory of the horrible act is stored somewhere else. Would that be accurate?
It as far as they know, then they did not do it.
Yeah.
And then they don't look as if they did it. And you know, this is probably one of the reasons why it is very, very hard for clinicians, not just for lay people who have not trained in this, but for clinicians to believe that this is possible, because it is so unbelievable in many ways. But it does occur.
And could that explain a situation where, well, specifically in this case, Ms. Stauch commits a horrible, violent act, and then only hours later is appearing very charming and interested in finding Gannon to the police?
Objection, Your Honor, reading.
Let's go back. We'll back up and we'll circle back around to that, Dr. Lewis. Are there any conditions with dissociative identity disorder that can be comorbid? That
can be comorbid.
Comorbid, that can go along. You can have DID and other conditions.
Oh, of course, surely.
What would some of those be?
Well, one of the commonest, maybe they're mistakes, maybe they both occur at the same time, but experts in this field have written about schizophrenia and DID, and they can occur. At least from what I've read, they can occur. I can't attest to this because at the moment I can't think of a particular case of mine where that exists. Certainly, we have seen we ran a clinic for dissociative identity disorder at Bellevue. After a while there, it became clear that there were enough patients coming through where they needed a clinic like that. And we saw a fair number of patients who suffered both from bipolar mood disorder and dissociative identity disorder. So those I've seen go together. Then the other thing is, anything that can happen to the brain can happen to the brain in and of itself. And the dissociative disorder may have originated years before and had its own etiology, but sure, you can have certain kinds of brain damage. You can have certain kinds of epilepsy. You can have, so yes, you can have more than one disorder.
And also, how can having a traumatic brain disorder with DID impact somebody being possibly violent?
Could you repeat it?
How could having a traumatic brain injury comorbid with DID impact somebody being violent?
Okay. It's been well established over the years. This isn't new psychiatry or neurology, that different kinds of severe damage to the brain can be followed by impulsivity and a loss of control and often violent behaviors, and any number of injuries to the brain can cause violence. Separate from that, a a child who has been abused and tortured and enraged and made to feel helpless and then made to dissociate can become violent, can misperceive what is happening, can blame an altered state and attack that altered state, or can misperceive another person as an enemy of some sort. So that they do seem to be somewhat different, because one seems to have a psychodynamic quality to it, but there's something about injuries to the brain that have been reported again and again in terms of subsequent lack of control, not just of violence, but of other impulses.
Going both to the 14 hours of interviews that you did with Ms. Stauch and the collateral data that you had been provided, what were you made aware of about her upbringing, about growing up?
I did not interview any of her relatives myself. I don't believe I did anyway.
But do you remember getting some reports from the social worker, Kyle?
I did.
Okay.
But I'm going by what I have gotten from other people's interviews.
Okay.
And several people seem to agree that, first of all, that she came from an extraordinarily violent household, including that of her mother, Deborah, and her mother's tendency to latch on to males in her environment who were extremely abusive, and abusive to her, but also apparently abusive to Letecia as well. There was one man in the mother's life who apparently pushed Letecia into a shower and beat her naked in the shower. It was these kinds of grotesquely physically, and I would call that sexually as well as physically abusive. Also, there were several of her relatives who spoke about aunts, uncles, great aunts and uncles, known as grandparents or whatever, who gave her enemas repeatedly. By the way, this is a question that not a whole lot of psychiatrists ask, but it's very important because it's one of the commoner ways that sodomy occurs in the torture of abused kids.
Well, in fact, she detailed it was actually an uncle, but it was actually her grandfather, detailed to you being given enemas by him almost on a daily basis. Do you recall that? Do you recall her describing that to you, of a grandfather giving her enemas almost on a daily basis?
I do. And I recall her saying this. And also I recall, I think I'm not mistaken, that she also gave enemas to Gannon. And she also perceived this as something he wanted her to do. So that it certainly has a sexually abusive as well as a physically abusive quality.
But
to it.
She did not perceive these daily enemas as being sexual in nature as far as when they were given by her grandfather, correct?
Objection, leading.
I don't know.
Spade. Jury will disregard the answer.
Do you know if she perceived these enemas as sexual that her grandfather gave her?
I don't know. I don't know enough about that, and I don't have enough others to corroborate what, as far as they could glean, her reaction was. So I don't know.
What did she? Let me rephrase this. Would the manner in which she described and other people described her upbringing be consistent with the environment that could foster DID?
That could foster,
dissociative identity disorder.
as far as I know, again, because I didn't get this firsthand, I have to go by what other people told me. And it sounded as though the household was a madhouse, that there was man after man. Not only did the mother get hooked up with very violent men, but my recollection is Letecia herself got hooked up with violent people. And that it was it was very hard for me to even keep track of the names of the various people, because there were numerous males that were aggressive toward various members of the household.
Did she specifically describe any type of molestation dealing with her stepfather, James?
James, she, if memory serves, she could not refer to him as father or even as James. She referred to him always as Jackass James. And it was as if that kind of made it possible for her to even refer to him, but with great disgust. I believe that he was one of the people who was involved with sexually molesting her during several years of her childhood. And so that he was one of the people who sexually molested her, to the best of my knowledge.
Do you recall that he molested her up until the time that she actually took off from home?
According to my notes, she left the home at about age 15. But also, I have in my notes that she would run away into the woods and hide from this person, that she was terrified of him. And then at 15, that she actually left him.
Did she describe to you events or coping mechanisms that she would employ that would be consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Coping mechanisms. I'm trying to understand better what.
Well, I mean, did she describe to you things that would be consistent, just in general, consistent with dissociative disorder?
I hadn't thought of it so much as describing as kind of witnessing things. For example, when I was interviewing her over a period of time, suddenly it seemed to me that she was speaking Russian. I don't speak Russian, and it only had that lilt to it. I didn't have words that sounded Russian, but it looked as though she had switched into a different entity. I think she believed she was speaking some other language, but I don't know what that was. And but I can't define in my head exactly the moment at which she did it, so that I can't tell you what the coping mechanism was. But that would be a coping mechanism to suddenly switch into something that made you more comfortable and got you out of whatever situation you felt you were in at the time.
Did she describe any alters to you or other personas?
She did. The one that I remember particularly is she referred to somebody named Maria, and Maria apparently was a physically abusive entity. And when she, my recollection was that that I actually heard her speak, and that she was harsh and angry and hurtful. Yes, she did refer to, and in fact, it made me wonder whether, when I first saw that, I thought, have I just met the aspect of her personality that that killed Gannon, and it's a speculation. I don't know, but at the time, she is the one that is most closely allied with violence, as I recall.
Would it be unusual for alters to kind of be distinguishing on who they allowed themselves to be presented to? Like, for example, I mean, would an alter maybe less willing to come out to different evaluators?
I think that's probably a general statement you could say. But I can't say anything terribly useful.
What did she describe to you about? Oh, let me back this up. Did she also describe, and you also see evidence in her medical records of possible traumatic brain injuries?
Yes.
There was a car crash. Do you recall that?
Yes.
There was also a time where a bookshelf fell out.
I'm going to check this deleting.
Oh, I'm going to allow it because it seems like it's foundational at this point and it's leading up to something.
And medical reports where a bookshelf had fallen on her head and she lost consciousness for 15 minutes.
My recollection of that was I don't recall the medical part of it so much as I believe that she was in her teacher mode. She is quite an amazing young woman in this way, in that she's not stupid. And there are times when she seems to be able to function as a teacher or whatever. And I believe that she was in a classroom, kids had left, and I think that a bookshelf fell down on the back of her head. She fell down, and I believe she lost consciousness. And so it was a fairly severe injury to her head.
Could you talk about her description of the kind of the events leading up to Gannon's death?
Which one?
Or the events that she related to you?
You know, it's hard for me to distinguish which I read and which she related to me, because they did kind of go together. She gave some of the most peculiar descriptions of what might have happened to Gannon. That, for example, at one point he's missing. She doesn't know where he is, and then at another point, a man named Eduardo comes in, rapes her, and I believe absconds with Gannon. And at another time, she talks about, I think that he was a pedophile, somebody whom she had Googled, had somehow found on the internet. And I think that that he was one of the people who had absconded with, or who had harmed Gannon. There were numerous, you'd say almost mindless descriptions of what might have happened to this child. And what puzzled me was when you talk with her, and as if you've seen any of the pictures of her tapes, this is not a stupid girl. She is intelligent. She is in certain phases, certain states. She is able to reason, apparently logically, and to speak clearly and coherently. And yet she makes up the darndest stories that no ordinary person of below average intelligence would expect to be believed. So that, there is there was a puzzle. Do you know, after I thought about all of it together, I thought, I don't think she knows what happened. I don't think she knows. And I think that as asked at different times, this is what came into her head and this is what she produced. But I don't think she knows for sure what happened.
Could that be confabulation?
Confabulation is when you have no memory for what happened. It's commonest in alcoholism and things like that, where the brain has been damaged in such a way that memory is impaired. And then many alcoholics will just ramble on and on about something and will give a story, and they will fill in parts that they can't remember, and they maybe don't even know that they're filling it in. And so her saying this could be a form of confabulation. I don't know whether at the time that she says these things, she believes them, because to you or to me, they make no sense. They're silly.
Did she, back to the events in questions and how she was describing it to you, what did she describe symptoms that could, or experiences or perceptions that could be similar to psychosis?
Oh, I would say similar to that, by definition, would be categorized as psychotic.
Could you talk a little about those?
Sure. Well, one of the commonest psychotic symptoms that we're all familiar with from books, TV, would be, let's say, hearing voices, or let's say talking to people that are not there. And at least to my understanding, psychosis is a belief that someone has that most normal people do not have. It can be a perception. It can be hearing something that none of us hear. It can be believing something. It can be a kind of paranoid belief or what have you that doesn't make sense. It can be an auditory sound that you don't hear. And she not only could tell about talking to different beings that were not there, but she puzzled things up a bit because she also, I believe, talked to God. And there are a lot of us here, probably in this room, who at times have thought that, gee, we talked to God, or we thought we had an answer, or we wished we did, or we didn't. So that you can't simply say that her having talked to God was a psychotic symptom. It may well have been. What I found more convincing in terms of her psychotic symptoms were things that she didn't tell me about, but I read through I guess they were kind of nursing or guards notes from the correctional institution where she was.
The jail.
From jail. And there were several times that different caretakers of one sort or another looked in the room and found her talking to someone who was not there. And this was not as though, as far as I knew, she didn't know anyone was watching her, or she wasn't performing for the galleries, that she was talking with somebody, and there was nobody else there. And there were several episodes like this, and those are psychotic symptoms. In dissociation, you get this when it's very common for an individual to hear alternates talking with each other, or talking to him or talking to her. So that I think that the kind of auditory hallucination that you often associate with, say, schizophrenia, it has a more physiological, a more biochemical quality, and also it's often treated with medication that tells you that something is going on that is responsive to chemical intervention. This is different from hearing dissociated entities talking with each other. And that, as far as I know, that doesn't respond to medication.
Did she? Well, how did she describe? Do you recall how kind of Gannon starting the fire and how that kind of impacted her state?
I was a bit confused by it, so I'm not positive. I can only share with you what I remember. I think there was a candle on the floor, and I think that some of the carpet burned. And this is separate. There was a different fire at another time that apparently really traumatized her, but we're talking about Gannon at this time. And I believe that she also said that Eduardo was the carpet fixer, perhaps even he helped put out the fire, I don't recall, and that then there was an attempt to cover up the fire that had occurred. But I think that she thought that he had started it with a candle.
Do you recall her describing after the candle fire incident, it was at that time she started having visions of her stepdad, James, being alive and her seeing him? Being alive and her seeing her stepdad, James.
I don't recall that it was that time particularly. There were times that she saw him. I think there was a time she was driving a car and she was on the highway and she saw some very large figure, but I can't recall that was specifically the time she.
Well, that would have been the next Monday that her and Gannon were driving, and you recall her describing that she actually saw James on the side of the road at that point in time.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Do you recall anything about her? Any visualizations or something that could be a visual hallucination that she recalled that occurred in the day or so after the fire?
Yes, I recall that I thought it was out the car window that they were driving, and I thought it was a large figure of some sort. There's also, she had a visual hallucination of some entity with a cape. These are hallucinations, and because she sees them, the rest of us do not see them. That has to be considered a psychotic symptom because it is beyond reality, or the reality that we know. She did have episodic psychotic states.
Was it at all of significance to you that the excuse when she called herself into work that early Monday morning, that it was the excuse she said was, my stepdad has been killed in a car crash?
This I categorize in my own brain as one of her least believable concoctions of what happened or what must have happened. To the best of my knowledge, this stepdad had died perhaps 8 years prior to that, and yet she was going to his funeral that day. Surely this is, first of all, it would be stupid if she were a stupid girl. She is not stupid. To give that as an explanation as why she can't do this or why she can go there. There is something about the way her mind is working then that is that is distorted and is not in touch with reality. I can't tell you whether this is part of a dissociative episode or another psychiatrist might want to call it a separate psychotic episode. I think you had some psychiatrists who diagnosed a borderline personality, and many psychiatrists who think about borderline states think about episodic psychoses. And certainly I couldn't argue with interpreting that as an episodic psychosis.
Do you recall her switching to the persona and talking to you in the persona of Maria?
Yes.
And you recall what Maria told you about what happened to Gannon?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Do you recall Maria, well, not necessarily what happened to Gannon, but Maria shooting somebody who she perceived as a Cape person?
I'm going to object as to leading. She just said she can't remember, and counsel's leading her.
Well, that's true. You do have to ask the other question of would it help to refresh your recollection, and you can use anything to refresh your recollection, but it did not say that you saying that would refresh your recollection. So you need to ask that question.
Would me describing what Maria said refresh your recollection?
I think if I read what Maria said, I would that would refresh my recollection. But I do not recall exactly that. I can recall my own thinking around that time where I thought, was she in the state of Maria when she killed Gannon? And there was something about the way in which this was depicted to me where I thought, my goodness, have I met the killer alter? And so there was something about the way in which she spoke of this that led me to think that I had very likely met the most violent and most dangerous alter.
Just a second.
They might have to show the video or give her a copy of the transcript.
If looking possibly at a summation of the video help you at all?
Well, I could look at it and I will tell you if it does.
Is it something I haven't discovered?
The judge is smiling here. Let's see if he's able to refresh her memory. He wants to get this question in.
Can we take an afternoon break so I can look at this?
There it is.
This is apparently there's only one copy.
Okay. We can fix that during the break too. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our break until 3:25. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at 3:25, we should be able to start at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case, and we'll see you back at 3:25. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, Dr. G, if you're available, we'd love to have you call in. I've given you a
just one page
special number to get through, so we're not going to be taking anything on the burner phone right now. If Dr. G can call in, that would be fantastic. We'll just take 1 minute here to make sure the judge is actually going on break and not handling something else as far as business outside the presence of the jury.
What? I said thank you.
Oh, sure. It's just a summary of the. You can all be seated. Dr. Lewis, do you need any help getting down or any assistance?
So far, so good.
Okay, all right. Court will be in recess then.
All rise together.
Okay, let me switch here. We're going to lose our camera feeds any second now. There they go. Okay, we still have audio on from the court, so anything that happens is going to come in directly. But if Dr. G is able to call in, I realize he's got a busy schedule, and if he's able to be done with what he's doing and call in during the break, that would be great. It won't be enough time. It really won't. Here he is. Awesome. Dr. G, it's Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
I was doing well till I started watching that.
I think it may have triggered you just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Do you want to start with what just made you just say, no, I don't know what she's saying? Start with that.
It seems like, that she, well, first of all, I just got to say the whole fact that the whole reciprocity about licensing thing, that's what got me started. This is already going to be a total mess, because the way reciprocity works means that if you're licensed in New York and you want to practice in Colorado and you move to Colorado, you can apply to get a license there and they'll go ahead and accept. It's not just you can practice anywhere that randomly that accepts reciprocity. So technically she, and the whole debate from the defense that she should be able to evaluate somebody because it's not medical treatment is insane. She needs to be licensed. She needs to be licensed in that state, or she needs to request from the board the ability to practice, not just do as she pleases. So that off the bat, I cannot believe they moved on from that. That was shocking to me. A prosecutor, if that was me, I would have been out of there before. I wouldn't have even been able to testify. It seems crazy. So
that was the first one.
That was the first one. Okay. And then we got into all the information, which I'm still mentally trying to sort through. So that just thought, that started me off a little weird. But it seems that she had decided on the diagnosis of DID. I mean, this is the way it seems. And that she's assuming everything she's saying is true in some sense, that it's either that she's not talking about any of them as possible lies, but just that they're hallucinations, right. Which doesn't make sense.
I'm not trained in this. I picked up. There's one point she even said that if I could read what Maria said, I'm like, who's Maria? Right? Who's Maria?
Yeah, I mean,
she's bought in. Is it confirmation bias that she's just looking for that thing that she is, a specialist in to be exhibited and fitting all the evidence to fit.
It's hard not to imagine that. And what was frustrating for me was that she couldn't remember if Eduardo was there to put out the fire. I'm like, if you don't even know the basic facts that he was supposed to, it doesn't seem that she understands some very basic things about the stories, which makes me question how she could possibly analyze this in any realistic way.
All right. Did you hear her talking about Russian? I'm sorry to rush things. We've got 10 minutes, and it's not going to be enough time. What was?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, so she says, I was talking to Letecia, and then I forgot what actually made it happen. But at some point, she realized that she was hearing Russian, even though she doesn't know Russian. Is that alarm bells going off everywhere? Red flags coming up?
It should. Yeah, absolutely. For me, I mean, it's once again, it's. I hate to say it this way, but we're short on time, so I'm not going to be too picky with my words. It feels like it shows a certain level of gullibility, right? Is the idea that, that sounds like some sort of Eastern European thing. She must be speaking Russian. It sounds ridiculous to me.
And it's possible that, we haven't seen the video yet, but if we're able to watch that maybe Letecia got the whole idea about Russian from a response from this Dr. Lewis in this
interview.
I mean,
that's what's there's so much about this that bothers me. I'm sorry.
That's just a huge problem. Is it any problem that there for 14 hours the attorney was there during this whole psych eval, or is that okay?
I have never experienced that, so I don't know. That's new to me. I mean,
let me tell you. I see you going off in chat. I apologize for that. You got timed. You had we've got slow chat turned on, so you had to join as a member so you could talk more often.
No, all good.
But thank you very much for that. I realize this is something that you specialize on your channel. This is something you're going to tear apart in detail. I cannot wait to watch. Yes. For those that don't know, Dr. G is Dr. G Explains on YouTube. You have an amazing channel. It's huge. You have many fans over here on my side as well. When can we expect a breakdown of this testimony in one of your videos?
So presuming that it goes through, assuming she does it today and tomorrow, within a day after when she's done talking about it. That's because I'm going to be analyzing this probably tonight and then recording if she does it tomorrow, recording some tomorrow. And so, yeah, hopefully by Thursday, latest on Friday. So
okay. That is going to be awesome. Yeah, Thursday, obviously there's no court for us on Thursday, but we might be in verdict watch by Friday afternoon. So that might be something that we can all enjoy while we're waiting for the jury to fill out the paperwork, for those 5 minutes. I think it'll be I really think it's going to be a quick verdict.
After seeing her testimony, honestly, I thought it was going to be a little bit stronger, for lack of a better term. So I think you're probably right. This is going to be a very quick verdict, honestly.
I think as far as cross, I don't think they're going to pull back their punches. This is an expert witness. They don't have to treat her with kid gloves, even though she is. I mean, she's elderly. She's frail.
Mm-hmm.
She deserves some respect there. But at the same time, this is a murder case. Okay, and they're not going to pussyfoot around the details. They're gonna hit her with what they need to do to get this their point across, and it's going to be spicy, I think. But I can't wait.
I hope so. They got lots of ammunition to work with on this one. So, I mean, I think the prosecution is going to, there's so many things I want to know. So many questions I have, and none of them are being asked by the defense at this point. So
we'll see what happens on cross, see if they ask some of those. But B Pattern says, ask Dr. G, although the doctor has outstanding accomplishments, but do you agree that many discoveries and studies have been updated within the health community and the doc needs updates? Is it just updates? Is it just she's old-fashioned, or
some of it's just wrong? I mean, if I'm being honest with you, some of it just is not what the science says, and it's not what's generally accepted by a lot of people. Some of it, so yes, to some extent, it does seem like that there's more current stuff that would disagree with some of the things she says, and some things she's saying have never been considered science facts. So I just some of it's just her own perspective on this.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm not going to try to get all of your the fun tidbits out of you. I want you to have some good juicy stuff to share in your own video. But Dr. G, thank you so much for popping in on a brief little break to talk about this. I'd love to see you in chat as well. So we'll have to do a live stream again together at some other point.
You just say when and where. Yeah, you got it.
Thank you very much. We'll see you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Dr. G is awesome. Thank you so much for calling in. Just really quick. If for those who haven't, I see a lot of you saying in chat, just subscribed. I just posted again in chat his link. It's right here. That goes to his YouTube page. You'll want to watch that because his analysis is spot on. He is both a clinical psychologist as well as a behavioral analyst and personality disorder specialist. I forget the exact title, but just has loads of experience. He himself is an expert witness in these fields, and it's just great to see him break things down and just make sense of it in a way that I can understand, which is awesome. Sleuths Investigate says, don't forget Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022. Letecia started claiming Maria as her alter in March of 2022, so she pulls from the news and the internet. That goes along with the baby bump story that was also in the news right around that same time, I think, when she told that story. Let's see. Oh, phone's ringing again. This is the burner phone. We'll answer it now.
Call from Joe, Ohio.
Hey, Joe. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
I'm good.
We've got moments. What's on your mind? Yeah.
Just from today. First of all, I didn't realize I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist, but I would think that you would need a license to do an evaluation.
It seems like something that important would probably have some sort of regulation or oversight on a government body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number two, I do have to give Letecia credit because I truly believe that she has even manipulated an expert.
And Dr. G talked about this just a little bit, but hey, my wife's in chat. Hey, Homeschool Ground Zero, good to have you here. Sorry, Joe. Dr. G talked about this a little bit, where this expert, and we heard this also from Dr. Niederheiser. Both Lewis and Niederheiser said that they basically trust what their patient is telling them. And I realize that as a doctor, there's at some point you have to do that, but also at some point, maybe don't you play the BS card a little bit and say, look, that's just not true. Okay, I need you to tell me the truth, and I can work with you and help you along that. But you're just spewing stuff that is not true, and it shows. It stinks of crap in here, type thing. Yeah, it's. I can't wait to watch Dr. G's video because it's going to be great on that one. Joe, was there anything else that stood out to you as we just get ready to pop back?
That was the next thing I was going to hope for. Is I hope that there is someone in chat that can speak Russian, so I could maybe try to put on a fake Russian accent, but that doesn't mean I'm.
Tell you what.
Making any sense.
What we'll do. I mean, what we'll do. I'd be happy to do this. Is if she speaks Russian in one of these videos, I'm going to extract the audio. I'll go in, I'll throw it into Google Translate. I'll do whatever I have to do to have it translate live and see if it's any real words. I mean, the technology is there. The computers nowadays can call it what it is and can detect. We've got other people in chat who've also volunteered as translators, say almost 13 different languages. I think if she is speaking a real language, we'll be able to know it. I really hope we get to see that. That'll be interesting.
Right. Awesome. Well, thanks for taking my call. Those are my thoughts for today.
Yeah, and Joe, thank you very much. We'll see you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, Ashley comes in and says, but what if it's true and we're the ones who are insane? Do. Crazy. Ashley, I love it. I love it. Can we have the link to Dr. G again? I'll post it again. Chat's going super fast, so I apologize. It keeps scrolling off the screen, but that's Dr. G. It's right here. It's just right there going off the screen. Let's see. Google Translate can do real-time translation of people's speech. It's a heck of a thing. That's what I'm thinking, Wesley. That's what we're going to try. Google Translate should be able to detect not just Russian, but it can be able to detect the voice and translate it to the language of choice. It's an actual babblefish, if you guys catch that reference. Ivan says, one of the questions I'd ask of this witness is, how was it on the day that Noah... Oh, now I know what you're talking about. She's talking about her age a little bit.
To accept. Goodbye.
Oh, man. They hung up. I don't know who it was. I tried to accept it, but whoever it was, you'll have to call back. I can barely speak English, says Luce Investigate. I also don't have much fluency in any foreign language. Let's see. Yes, Ivan and his cousin Zach here from Russia. Either one of them could probably at least tell us if it's Russian or not. Good friend of mine is Russian, so I can get it translated, says Lisa. Okay. I know a little Polish, bad words my mom would say. All of us know the bad words in a couple languages, but that's not good. Amber, Amber, thanks for posting Dr. G's link there, and I realize chat's going fast. This doctor should let Letecia nanny her grandkids. Okay, now we've got someone coming in. Hang on one second. That's Amber. Hold on one second. Amber, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm not really. I'm kind of maniacally laughing at this point.
Let's try to focus on the facts. We have just seconds before court. Well, maybe a couple minutes before the judge is back. I read that wrong.
Yeah, I'm watching close, and I've got the WebEx up too, so I can tell in real time when it's coming back. Can we just plug real quick the chat? We have over 5,000 people in chat right now.
It's a bit of a crowd.
I just want everybody to remember the mods are doing the best they can, and we're all kind of going nuts.
We've got like this many mods, and you've got 5,000 people. The numbers are not in their favor. Just remember, let's try to be polite in here. Try to be kind. I realize that we've got a witness who's older. Let's not attack her for her age. We can attack her on her principles as far as her her testimony and things like that. But let's be nice to her on age. All of us, hopefully, will get to be her age at one point. So, Amber, you're doing a great job. You're doing fantastic. Thank you all. We'd love it if all 5,324 people in here would click the subscribe button so they could come back next time, because it's just going to get crazier as we get towards verdict day. It's going to be amazing. Hey, Mrs. R.A. Yeah, go ahead.
Keep it respectful in comments, please. We are working to get things deleted, and we are doing timeout rather quickly for those that are not minding the language and respect boundary. So if you get timed out, please just take a minute and take a breath for 5 minutes and come back. It's okay
And
we still love you.
If you've shared something and your comments are just not showing up on the screen, it's probably because you have some naughty words in there. YouTube has an automatic filter that I have turned on that just holds your chat, and because of the speed it's going by, the mods are not going to be able to approve it. So if you have bad words, try to say it again without those naughty words in there, and maybe we can all share that way. But that would help everybody. Ivan, I just missed your call. I apologize. Mrs. RA is here. She's got my attention. I love you, Ivan. Mrs. RA comes first, though. What you thinking? Do you want to talk on the mic? Yeah. Here we go. Okay.
She's coming for that.
I haven't quite worked through all of my thoughts. I just made something fall. Sorry. What was really interesting, I really want to hear what Dr. G has to say about the body language of the questioning attorney, because it was just so loud. I think he actually rolled his eyes. He was yawning. He was looking up at the sky, and I thought, oh my goodness, do you care what she has to say? So he was really fascinating to me. And at the same time, I don't know her name, the expert witness, she was fascinating because this is weird. She seems to be empathetic toward Letecia, but at the same time, I think she doesn't give a darn about Letecia. She's just really fascinated by the idea of crazy people. And that's a mean way to say that, but there it is. And I just think she probably doesn't want Letecia to go to jail, but not because she cares about Letecia, just because she is fascinated by the very idea of people, of kind of having the inside track of knowledge of how the world really works. You know, she's like, the rest of you, if only you knew what I knew, then you would know that you're all crazy. And I think, oh man, I think that's where she is in her head. She's really all tied up in her own intelligence, and she's smart, but that she is not as connected with people as I think she should be. I guess I'm psychoanalyzing her, and she's coming up wanting, guys.
So we got that. I like this caller from Sasa. That was my wife. That's Mrs. RA. She has her own YouTube channel. We're coming back, Amber. I'm going to have to let you go. Court's beginning.
Anything else?
All right. Chat is slowed to 5 minutes, y'all. We can't slow it anymore. Thank y'all. Love you.
See you, Amber.
That was me grabbing the mic and trying to move it back before I move it back. Okay. That was all right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Mr.
It's back at my room. Can't get it.
Okay. Anything we need to take up from the defense?
That's right.
Prosecution?
No.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Okay. And Mrs. RA, if you like her opinion, she has her own channel on homeschooling. If you're into homeschooling, it's called Homeschool Ground Zero. Love it if you drop it in chat. Let's see. I think exclamation point MRS would make her. There it is. Katrina, thank you very much for doing that. That gets Mrs. RA her link right there. There it is. If you're interested in homeschool. All right. Great stuff. I agree with what she said about the body language of the defense lawyer. Just it's like he could not control her.
Is there any way that we can agree with them and?
Not right now because we're up on mic. Yeah.
But like that.
The judge is trying to stifle his grin. Oh my goodness. Judge is like, oh my goodness. He's looking at his court clerk going, I never thought this would happen today.
This thing is sticky as well.
Letecia is very much engaged in this. She has been very focused. She's hearing somebody validate her and validate her story, and specifically validate the fact that she is not responsible for what happened.
Thank you, may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury have the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Fellini?
Yes, Dr. Lewis, did that summary refresh your recollection at all towards what the persona Maria had related to you?
Yes, somewhat.
What did Maria relate to you?
actually, what is written here is what she said.
Okay. Well, do you recall independently that?
I beg your pardon?
Do you have does that refresh your recollection?
What comes to me as I read this is that the reason that I can't cite chapter and verses, it is wildly psychotic. It is incoherent. It is
non-responsive.
Well,
Spain, if you can relate what Maria told you, I think was the question. That's what you need to do.
And not, so let me rephrase that then, Dr. Lewis. If you can't recall the exact specifics of what she said, what can you recall about the way in which she was presenting?
Yes, I can't recall the exact specifics because it is disorganized and confused and difficult to remember. But I recall her kind of reassociating all over. And she talks about her grandmother and family shooting things out the window and always needed people to guard funerals. That it had a chaotic quality, and it happened shortly after, as I recall it, shortly after I became aware of her seeming to move into her Maria persona and her more aggressive, more more scary persona, and then it is just rambling and doesn't make sense and incoherent or psychotic.
Now, in fairness, there were other things that you would have liked to have done in your examination. Could you talk a little bit about those? About as far as like an MRI or an EEG?
Correct.
Why would you like those to have been done?
There were aspects of her memory, her behaviors, her descriptions that are consistent with certain kinds of brain damage. And for example, there are certain things that are so close in terms of dissociation and neurologic impairment, and let's say what are called psychomotor seizures, where prior to a confused state, or prior to a state where you are aggressive and moving kind of automatically but violently, prior to this, there's often a state of wooziness and dizziness, which, as I recall, she described. And following these kinds of episodes, the individual, and this is with what are called complex partial seizures, but also it can be with dissociation, the person does not have any memory of what occurred. First, there is what is called an aura. Then things happen. Very often they can be aggressive things, they can be repetitive things. And subsequent to that, the person does not remember them or remembers them in a confused fashion. And the reason that I would like very much to have been able to investigate that is, if it were, let's say if we were able to get the electroencephalograms that I would like to have had done, if indeed you saw that at a certain point, what were normal electrical activity changed, and the rhythm changed, and things were off and were not the way we normally think. And then it ceased. If you could combine that, because that would have been signs of abnormal brain activity. And then it would have been very possible, very likely, that during the time at which Maria or an entity of Letecia, whatever it be, that during this time when the child was being stabbed, that her brain was in an altered state, and that there was no way in hell that she could have stopped what she was doing. And the other thing is, she would not remember it. And a classic part of Maria's situation is she doesn't remember what happened. I'm not even convinced she knows she did it, and she certainly can give a variety of what you've called like confabulations, just kind of wild stories where her head just goes in different directions. I think that if you could have documented this, there is treatment for it. Whereas we're in a lot more trouble when we're dealing only with a dissociative identity disorder. That's a very tough one to treat. It takes a certain amount of experience, talent, what have you, and investment for a long period of time. So that it matters if you find out that this is what's going on in the brain and you can target it with something to improve it, you're going to see a difference in her whole behavior.
And it was frustrating to you that I was unable to line that up for us, correct?
She on relevance.
Overruled.
It was frustrating that I wasn't able to make the EEG happen for you, correct?
More than frustrating.
And just so that the jury knows, you're not here out of the goodness of your heart. You're being paid for your time.
Not yet, but I hope so.
Okay. You're being paid by the state agency that I work for.
In theory.
In theory, hopefully. And the agreement is to be paid at $300 an hour.
I thought it was $350 an hour.
Okay. I'll have to talk with my supervisors about that. But that's a discount from what you would normally charge, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Despite not having the EEG or the MRI, in your report, you indicated that Ms. Stauch was one of the most mentally ill people you'd ever come across.
Yes, the most complex.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes. The more I study her and the more I remember what happened and go over it, she has such a variety of different signs, symptoms, and behaviors. She has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors of a dissociative identity disorder. She also, if you follow the material, as you recall, I could not remember it clearly. If you follow the parts that I couldn't remember, they're confused. They make no sense. They are psychotic. They're incomprehensible by an ordinary human being. And if they were to be read aloud to you, you would not make head or tail of them. So that I find this complicated. And it would have helped me if I could have at least eliminated or included a particular central nervous system dysfunction that I could deal with. It's always fun for a doctor to be able to treat and to be able to make something better. And so far we're not able to do that.
Despite that, are you able to come with an expert opinion regarding her sanity at the time of the death of Gannon?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
Well, I think that she was that assuming that this area is about the time that Gannon was killed.
Yes.
She was psychotic at the time. She was not in touch with reality, and she did not. I don't think she knew the difference between right and wrong. I don't know whether she even knew what she was doing.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gill.
What's the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado, Doctor?
Oh, I believe that you must know the nature of what you have done and that it was wrong, and that also I think that you do add on a bit of the Durham decision, which has to do with if you cannot control your behaviors, such as to comply with the requisites of law, I believe that that is also part of an insanity defense here.
Did you look at the statute regarding insanity for the state of Colorado prior to rendering an opinions in this case?
I did, but I would have to look at it again to look at it. And I've also discussed it with others, which is why I added the Durham decision and the ability to conform your behavior, because to my mind, in many courts where I've testified, that is no longer accepted. But it was my understanding from the attorneys that that is also an aspect of insanity, the inability to conform your behavior to what is required by law.
Is that the aspect that you use in rendering your opinions in this case?
That is only one of the aspects.
Well, tell us the elements. This is what you're here for. You're here to testify that this defendant was sane at the time she committed this crime. I'd like you to explain to the jury now what law you used in rendering that opinion.
Would you permit me to read it, and I will tell you what aspects of it
You're the expert,
concentrated on. By and large, I used the McNaughton definition of whether the person knew the nature of what he or she was doing and that it was wrong. And so that was my, that was my orientation. And then I was pleased to learn from the attorneys that also the inability to conform one's behavior to the requirements of law was also part of the definition in Colorado. The accuracy of that, I don't know, but we have discussed it, and I've said that I was surprised. I was unaware that in the other states, that since the Reagan shooting, I had thought that most of that was not any longer recognized, but I was told by the attorneys that that was one of the other factors that played a role.
As you sit here right now, do you know the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado?
If you would show me show me as it is written out, I will tell you whether this is what I used. I can't say it to you verbatim, but the idea has to do with whether you knew the nature of what you were doing and that it was wrong.
Well, clearly you have experience in testifying in criminal cases. You said 100 or 200 times, right?
Right.
And so you know that when you write a report, that report comes to the prosecution, comes to the defense, it goes to the court, correct?
Yes, usually.
And in your report, you want to put what the legal definition of insanity is in the state of Colorado, because that's what you're here for. That's what you're here to testify about, correct?
When you have written a complete report with all of the data that you require to come to that conclusion, and then try to go word by word with the definition, yes, you would try to use that. Here we were using as much data as we could get. And again, if I'm mistaken and it is not an understanding of the nature of what the person is doing and that it is wrong, then I've made an error.
Well, this is what you say about insanity in your report. You say, based upon the evidence that I reviewed, in my opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the homicide and the days following, period.
That's right. And I believe that at the time she was psychotic. And whether you use the McNaughton definition, whether you use the Durham decision or a variation of it, she was psychotic at the time. I believe she did not know what she was doing. I'm not certain she even knows that she did do it now as we speak. Okay. And that it was wrong is, if she doesn't know that she did it, the question of whether or not she knows it is wrong is, is something that can be debated. But I think that she does not appreciate the nature of what she did, or that it was wrong, and that she is guilty of having murdered Gannon.
So she's guilty of having murdered Gannon, but she's legally insane as well? Is that what you're saying?
I think that she murdered Gannon. I shouldn't use the word guilty. She murdered Gannon. Again, I think you're teasing me a bit. If you would just rephrase that, I can tell you whether, because you're making me feel, gee, maybe there's a totally different definition here. But from our discussions recently about this, what had struck me most about Colorado was that you also included an inability to conform one's behavior to what was required by law. I don't know if that's wrong, but this is what I discussed with her attorneys, and part of at least what I have gone by. In addition, I believe that she did not know the nature of what she was doing.
But you knew when you came here, you're coming to Colorado, you knew that your opinion would be applied to the law in Colorado, and you knew this jury here would be listening to your opinion to see if what you had to say made sense with the law.
Yes.
And you've done that to 100 to 200 times, correct?
I would guess, yeah.
And I've read your other reports. In your other reports, you define what insanity is in that particular state, and you explain in your report why you think someone was legally insane at the time based on the law. Why did you not do that in this case?
I would have to look at the definition, and I'm sure once I look at it, I can tell you why I did not use the exact words that perhaps are there. What a reason why, in plain English, I did not. I believe she was insane is that she is psychotic. When someone is psychotic, they are out of contact with reality. They do not know the nature of what they are doing, whether it is right, wrong, or indifferent. And she is and was psychotic, and therefore she was insane. If you wish to give that a different flourish or something different about it, I very much doubt that what I'm saying to you will conflict with what you're saying. Is there some reason that her being psychotic and not knowing right from wrong or what she was doing, that this is not insanity in your state?
Did you write this report, Doctor?
Of course I wrote the report. I wrote, this is not a complete report. I wrote, I wrote it, sent it, and had it typed, yes.
Who typed it?
I cannot tell you who typed it.
Who'd you send it to?
I sent it to Mr. Tellini.
What did you send to Mr. Tellini?
You have them.
And I'm asking you a question, Doctor. What did you send to Mr. Tellini?
I sent him a brief report. Initially, there was an early title that is a preliminary psychiatric impression, and then subsequently modified it to try to include anything that I had left out. If after he saw my initial report, if I had left anything out that I thought should be there.
What you left out in your initial report was your opinion with regards to insanity, correct?
In my initial communication with him, absolutely. I gave him what I had up until then.
And you requested in your initial evaluation that you wanted an MRI done, an EEG done, as well as a neuropsych exam with several tests that you listed in your report, correct?
Right.
And you wanted those done before you rendered an opinion as to insanity in the state of Colorado, correct?
I wanted it before I testified, yes.
And none of those items got done.
No.
Yet you still issued a second report claiming that she's insane without any definition of why she's insane.
Well, I gave you the definition that she is psychotic and gave you the data to show it, but I did not write it in the form in which I would if I had all of those data to include in it. And I did not have them, and I could not include what, as it was my understanding that the court refused to finance the EEG and the MRI and the neuropsychological testing. So I gave you as much as I could from what.
Let's talk about that. On October 13th, 2022, you were scheduled to come testify to this court about why you wanted an EEG and MRI done, correct? You recall that?
No. But, say that again?
Do you not recall being asked to come testify with regards to why you needed an EEG done and an MRI done in this case?
I do not know what you are referring to. I have no idea what you're referring to, because I would have been pleased to at least talk on the phone to the judge or whatever. I begged to have these things done. I can only tell you that. And I would have spoken to anyone who wanted to talk to me about it.
Well, you were contacted well before February 2022 on this case, correct?
Absolutely.
And you were contacted before Ms. Stauch pled not guilty by reason of insanity, correct?
Right.
And she pled not guilty by reason of insanity on February 11th of 2022, correct?
I'm assuming your dates are correct, yeah.
And you didn't do anything on this evaluation until November of 2022?
I worked as hard as I could to get these. In fact, I called the neurologist for free, Dr. James Marikangas, to discuss the case because I could not get funding from this court to get these tests done. So I called and discussed it with him. I contacted Catherine Yeager, Dr. Yeager, the neuropsychologist with whom I've worked for 30 years, and worked with her and spoke with her and got as much data as I possibly could. And I begged her attorneys to get this, and their answer was that the court would not pay for those tests to be done. I had never heard, in fact, I said, I've never heard of this before, but it did not occur to me to pick up the phone and to call the judge. I didn't even know who the judge was, but I was told I could not get this and that I must get something in by then. So I didn't even call my initial contact a complete report on it. Well, I'm trying to see what I called it. I called it initial psychiatric impression, right?
Right, yeah, because you wanted that information before you rendered an opinion as to insanity, correct?
That is true.
And, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like the court to take judicial notice that on October 13, 2022, the request to have an EEG done, an MRI done by defense was withdrawn, and we did not go to hearing on that.
Mr. Tellini, defense position? Court will take judicial notice that on October 13 of 2022, the defense withdrew its request for an EEG in this case.
As well as MRI.
as well as an MRI.
Were you ever told that?
This is news to me right now, sir.
And of course, if this would have been done, it would have been 3 years after the crime happened.
It would have been later, yes.
And so there'd be a gap between the time of the crime and the time the MRI and EEG were done.
Yes.
A lot of things could have happened in the jail within that time period that may have caused damage to Ms. Stauch's head.
This is just speculative. It would have been extremely helpful to get those data and then to see whether they looked like the kind of material that was something that would have been long lasting or something that was sudden, so that I can't really speculate on that. I did want it done then, and it mattered then.
But it didn't get done, and yet you still rendered your opinion, didn't you?
I rendered, and I've described what I know about the case, and I've given you my opinion of it, yes.
Despite what you wrote in your book, guilty by reason of insanity. You're familiar with your book, right? That it's easy to fake mental illnesses, especially when it comes to dissociative identity disorder. And that's why you want collateral information like an MRI or an EEG to corroborate, correct?
It's not exactly correct. You don't get that to corroborate dissociative identity disorder, no. You get that to corroborate neurologic or neuropsychological impairment. No, you don't get that for dissociation.
Page 108. You've probably heard this a million times when you testified, I would imagine, right?
I don't know. You'd have to.
Okay. Let me read it to you. Psychiatry, as every prosecutor who has ever cross-examined me has never hesitated to point out, is a soft discipline compared with the harder medical discipline of, say, neurology. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, there it is.
The difference between neurology and psychiatry is analogous in some ways to the difference between hard neurologic signs and soft neurologic signs. Sound familiar?
Yes, go ahead.
An MRI shows abnormal mass in the brain. The EEG shows localized spike and wave complexes. In other words, evidence of brain damage is clear. Remember saying that?
Or I should have said of brain dysfunction. I said of brain damage.
Yeah. You said evidence of brain damage is clear.
I should say of brain dysfunction.
Okay. What did you mean by that? Is that why you wanted the MRI and the EEG?
Of course I wanted that, but not in order to, you would not get a special, as I said to the jury, you would not get a special MRI or EEG based on a dissociative disorder. If, however, you do get this abnormal MRI or EEG, you then start looking in another direction, and you start thinking, not only may we have dissociation, but there is some kind of documented brain dysfunction. It's operating differently. And so you would like that because you would have, Mr. Tellini would have a lot easier case if he were able to document that a lot of her signs, symptoms, and behaviors are the result of abnormal electrical activity. And or, as in a recent case that I did early, I think last
Doctor,
fall,
I'm going to stop you there. Let me stop you there, Doctor, because I want to stick to my questions here, okay? The EEG or MRI could have showed nothing as well, right? No brain damage.
That's right. And
that would also help you in forming your opinion as well, wouldn't it?
Well, it certainly would not have confirmed a documented neurologic dysfunction.
And so all you had to go on is really Ms. Stauch's self-reporting to you and the forensic interview that you conducted.
Well, that's simple. I can't go along with that. That's all we had. But we did not have the additional neuropsychological and neurological data that I would very much have liked and I would still like. And I had no idea that this was ever withdrawn. It was my idea, or it was my understanding, that the court had refused to grant the funding to have these things done, which in my experience is a first.
Well, now you know what happened, though. So why do you keep saying you know what happened?
I don't.
The court just took judicial notice that the defense withdrew their request.
I know what you're telling me, but it would be presumptuous for me to say I know now. You've put me in the middle of a debate that I can't enter into.
$350 an hour. You now know you're being paid $300 an hour.
75 if I'm traveling or whatever. So in theory.
How many hours have you billed on this case?
I don't know yet. I have not even counted. I don't know.
Why did Mr. Cellini contact you? Did he tell you?
I assume because he thought that I was reputable and experienced in this field. I think he also became aware that I existed because of the documentary that was done on my work and my life.
About dissociative identity disorder?
No, about all of my work.
When you advised him that you felt there was enough evidence for the defendant to plead not guilty by reason of insanity, what did you base that on?
I based that on, probably in my own head, I based it on the McNaughton rule, which would be that she did not know the nature of what she had done and or that it was wrong. And also subsequently, after discussing it with Mr. Tellini, based on the Durham decision that she did not have control over what she was doing, that she could not conform her behavior to that which the law required.
How did you know that back in February of 2022 when you hadn't interviewed her until November of 2022?
I'm sorry, I would have to look over what I had looked at and what I had what I had reviewed up to the time, and I'm sorry I can't give you the dates so that we can.
Well, did you review anything prior to talking to Mr. Cellini for the first time about the defendant changing her plea to not guilty by reason of insanity?
I'm not aware of his having changed a plea. No, I assumed, in fact, when he called me, that he thought that probably that there was an insanity defense here. And I did not think that he had one. He was pleading not guilty first and then changed it to NGRA. I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, it isn't that I don't remember. It's that I assumed when he called me that he suspected that there was that she was suffering from a severe mental disorder that conformed to the criteria for insanity.
And when that happens, you had done hundreds of forensic evaluations with a lot of people who are on death row, some serious big-time murderers. Is that fair? There's a difference between a death penalty case and a homicide case, correct?
Yes.
Death penalty people are the worst of the worst?
Oh, it depends on what your state is like. No, it doesn't depend on the worst of the worst. It depends on what the law is in your state and the humanity of your state. It doesn't depend on the worst of the worst.
So people who kill and commit serious crimes are usually charged with death penalty cases. Is that fair?
Say that once more.
You tell me. What's the difference between a normal homicide case and a death penalty case?
Where the state in which you commit your offense.
Well, tell us about the people you evaluated on death row. What kind of crimes did they commit?
Murder.
What kind of murders?
It varied from probably the most common thing. It would have been like a grocery store murder where somebody got kind of upset, hung up, and shot a clerk. They were a death sentence did not correspond to the grisliness of a murder.
Well, in your opinion, a death sentence never responds to the grisliness of any murder, correct?
No, I do. No.
Are you for the death penalty?
Objection, relevance, overruled.
I beg your pardon?
Are you pro death penalty?
I really try not to take a position on it. I just kind of call the shots as I see them in terms of the, of the offense and what the person did. But I do not take a political stance. I don't think I ever have.
And as a matter of fact, you've always been contacted by defense attorneys to do these evaluations, correct?
Not always, but usually.
Have you ever been contacted by a prosecutor to come in and say, testify as an expert?
Yeah, when I worked at the court clinic, and I testified for the court. When I was the head of the court clinic, I was testifying for the state. And when I worked at Bellevue, when I was asked to evaluate, I was testifying by and large for the city if I testified.
Back in the 60s and 70s? 1960, 1970s?
Oh, no. 2003, I finally, after 20 years of commuting, I stopped commuting there. But no, it was up until 2003.
Have you ever done an evaluation on someone on death row and said, you know what? No issues here. The death sentence should go forward.
It is not up to me. I've never been asked that, so I've never had to.
Well, have you ever done an evaluation that says, I find no mental disease or defect in this individual?
Yep.
Tell me about that. Who was that?
I don't remember the name, though I believe that I spoke to Mr. Tellini about it. And by God, it turned out that the guy hadn't done it. But
this is someone who didn't even do the crime?
Right, but his attorney did not believe it. And it turned out, I learned ages later that it was dropped and that he had not committed the crime.
You did an evaluation and said there's no mental illness involved in this person?
I did. And I should tell you that, may I expand on that a little bit?
Sure. It'd be nice to know the name so we can confirm.
I don't know the name. I think it was Chicago. I was going to tell you about finding this person who had simply not committed the murder. I'm sorry. I don't think I have anything to add to that, except that did happen.
We'll move on if you're okay with that. You all right?
Right.
Okay. You talk about the first time you experienced dissociative identity disorder in your book, Guilty by Reason of Insanity. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And you describe it being a really a life-changing experience for you, correct?
Well, it was an eye-opener.
In fact, you even wrote that looking back on other evaluations, you probably missed it. You probably missed diagnosing several inmates with dissociative identity disorder based on what you did on this particular individual.
Right, and I think I explained to the jury, I have no question I have made my mistakes.
Do you remember that individual's name?
Marie Moore?
I'm sorry?
Marie Moore?
Marie Moore. And you talk about Marie Moore in your book. Do you remember that?
Very well.
Do you want to describe what you write in your book about how you discovered that she had another persona?
Is that,
I can, why don't I ask you if this is consistent? So you're interviewing her and she's committed a horrible crime and you're trying to get to whatever mental illnesses she might have. You suspect that she might have dissociative identity disorder based on what her attorney tells you. Is that correct?
I don't suspect it. I am told it. I don't suspect it. And I made several phone calls to people who knew a lot more than I believe one was Cluft, who is, I think, the country's, or one of the national, experts in this. And I called colleagues and discussed the case with them. And I thought, I just don't, I haven't seen this and I don't know if it exists, but okay, because the attorney asked me whether I would do this. And I did. If you want me to explain what happened, how I discovered, yeah.
Okay.
I beg your pardon?
Between the two of us, I think we'll get out what happened. But going into it, you had quite a bit of skepticism, even though the attorney is telling you they got multi-personality disorders, because that's what it was called at that time.
What they said was that they thought, some people thought that she may have this, and they said that people that she had spoken to, kids who were around where she lived, said that at times she sounded like a man and that she asked to be called Billy. That was what they knew. And that's what they told me. And so they said, Dr. Lewis, while you're seeing her, check up on multiple personality disorder. And I thought, right. I thought I had never seen it and I didn't think I would. And so I did go to see her and I could find nothing that quite went along with what I understood this week.
So and you're asking her, hey, I want to talk to Billy. Can Billy talk to me? Or words that
No. I don't think I'll tell you when I remember. This is about 100 years ago.
This is back in the 1980s, just so, is that fair?
84 or 86, yeah. Well, that tells you how long it took me to even think maybe this could be it. But I asked her, based on all these very wise people I had consulted, I asked her whether, I said to her, there are people who say that sometimes you want to be called Billy or what have you. And she said, yes, people have told me this, but I don't know. And I said, many people who have been through the kinds of things that you've been through, many people have been bothered, like sexually by other people or whatever. Has anything like this ever happened to you, whatever? No, Dr. Lewis, never. Nothing like this ever happened to me. So finished, done with evaluation. But no, it did not happen. And no one ever did this. And we talked, and I do need to see a patient more than once and for a while. So I said, I really need to leave now. There was an investigator had driven me out and put his head in the door and said, we have to leave. And I said, Marie, I'm so sorry, but I have to leave now. And but I will come back and I will talk to you again. And she said, don't leave. She said, there's something I have to tell you, very much as I'm telling you. And so I sat. I do have endless patience when time has, does not just stop at the end of an hour. So I waited and I said, I just can't stay. I have a lift. I have to go. Marie, I will come back. And I promised you we'll talk some more. And she said, don't go. There's something I have to tell you. And So I waited, and then, as is my wont, I picked up my little yellow pad, and because the guy was waiting outside, and I said, I'll be back, Maria. We'll talk again, but I have to leave. I got up and stood up, walked toward the door, put my hand on the doorknob, and opened the door, and behind me, a voice said, "Don't go." And it was chilling. And, I turned around, and by the way, I thought she and I looked a bit alike. They were in the days of the big glasses, and, you kind of looked pretty simple with big, full glasses. And I turned around, and instead of this kind of wimpy looking girl with the glasses looking at me, she had changed, and she was sitting with her legs towards the door, her hands on her knees, and, in a masculine kind of look. And she said, "Don't go. There's something I have to tell you." And she put out her hand, and I put out mine, and I took hers, and I said, "Billy?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "Wait a minute." And because I was scared, I had not seen this before.
And Doctor, if I can just stop you there, just so I can have the record be clear. So when you're referring to things that Billy said, you're using a male voice?
Yes, I'm imitating it as much as I can.
Okay, I just want the record to reflect that. Go ahead, please continue.
Yeah, I'm sometimes better at it than, but it was this harsh kind of thing. And I kept the door open, and I don't remember the man's name. I said, "Mr. So-and-so, don't go. There's someone that needs to meet you." I really meant there's someone I need in here to kind of protect me. And the investigator came in and sat, and he said hello, and he said, "Billy." I forget who said which first. And he sat down, and then we talked a bit, and I guess he had said Billy, or I said Billy, and he said yes, and I then asked some of the same questions that I had asked before, and I said to if memory serves, I said, Billy, when I was talking with Maria, and she said that so-and-so had never bothered her sexually. I said, did anything ever happen to Marie or whatever? And the only way I can talk about it is saying Billy. And Billy said, I said, "Did the father ever do anything?" And she said, or he, "Sure he did." And she said, when she was, I don't remember if it was 2 or 4, he put pencils in her rectum. When she was, I believe he said 12. When she was 12, he had sex with her. And it had been denied. Marie had absolutely denied this. I could have left there, decided that the attorneys were crazy, and I was not, and left, but this happened. And so after talking a bit with her, I said, "We do have to go now, and but I will come back, and I will see you again." And I did come back, and I did see her again.
And you eventually backdiagnosed her with dissociative identity disorder, or multi-personality disorder, as it was called then.
Well, multiple personality disorder was what the term was then, but it was pretty convincing.
So how many diagnoses?
There was one other thing that went on there.
I want to move on from that. I think the jury gets a picture of what that evaluation was, but needless to say, that was the first diagnosis that you made, multi-personality disorder, which is now dissociative identity disorder.
Correct.
How many diagnoses have you made since then?
Oh, I don't know, because we subsequently ran a clinic at Bellevue, and I remember it must have lasted for about 5 years, and my recollection was because it made no money. Somehow the fields I go into are not the most lucrative.
Well, no, $300 an hour sounds pretty good to me.
It depends how long, whatever. And anyway, what I can tell you is that Bellevue closed the clinic because it was not supporting itself. And that's a very big deal now. And by that time, I was surprised they would do this because we had 100 cases at that point. That month at Bellevue, in that particular clinic, there were 100 cases. Now, this may be piddling for an ordinary clinic, but for a particular specialty kind of clinic on an offbeat disorder, I thought that it would at least support itself, and it didn't. And so I can say that we had, at the time, there were 100 visits. I should say there were 100 visits to Bellevue to that clinic. So that gives you some idea of the number of cases that came through. And the clinic lasted for only about 4 or 5 years. And of course, at first, there were very few. And then as we became better known around Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, more patients were referred. But we didn't always make that diagnosis. Obviously, you could see patients and they didn't have them.
But you made that diagnosis more often since the Marie case.
Of course.
Would you say 100 times?
I really don't know. It would be a guess, but certainly I know how to interview better now. I know how to interpret things better now than I did then. And, if you ask how many I missed, I probably missed more than I ever made.
Have all those diagnoses been in criminal cases where someone's facing criminal charges? No. In fact, our first case when the clinic opened at Bellevue was a 4-year-old child from our kindergarten or preschool there, a child who was referred to the clinic and who indeed. In criminal cases, do you have any skepticism going in that the person may be faking dissociative identity disorder? Always. Tell us about that. Just that you always have to be skeptical about it. Well, just even about your own skills, not just whether somebody's faking or not. You have to you have to be appropriately modest about your skills and your ability to recognize it. Sure. And in your book, you write, alternate personalities leave evidence of their existence all over the place. Mm-hmm. Jonathan, who is the neuropsychologist, is that right? No, he died. He was a professor of neurology at Yale, and then at St. Elizabeth's. You say Jonathan and I have been able to trace clues of multiple personality disorder all the way back to early childhood. Yeah. Teacher reports, social service records, medical charts, letters to friends and relatives, journals, diaries, drawings, all pieces of the puzzle that, when fitted together, reveal the picture of a divided, often fragmented mind. It often did. Correct. What I'm saying there is that you get data. In fact, I noticed that in some of your reports, I think there were references to certain kinds of SCID, interviews and things of that sort. But just what reports? What I was trying to say is that when we make a diagnosis, I pretty much insist that there has to have been evidence
that this existed long before I ever set eyes on the person or the person set eyes on me. And very often you will find writings or drawings or all sorts of evidence that somebody has produced, or even signing into hospitals, all sorts of things. And I insist that whatever it is, have, or try at least to have evidenced itself long before they saw me, because you're very open to being accused of suggesting and of giving someone an idea that, oh, they must have this because you can suggest it. And this is why, at least in our clinic, we would search for evidence that antedated any contact with us or with our clinic, and still do.
And that's why you would never want to suggest to a defendant that you're doing a forensic evaluation on that they may have some kind of mental disease or disorder, right? Is that what you mean by not suggesting?
No, by not, by just looking back, because you can usually look back and find evidence of, let's say, different names and different signatures. You can very often, you can find different artistic styles and different signatures at the bottom of them. So that you look back so that nothing you did influenced what you used to make your diagnosis. And it's how we try to at least be certain that we have not created anything that wasn't there.
It seems to me then family members might be very relevant to interview with regards to not their loved one.
If they would.
Dissociative identity disorder, correct?
Well, there's one fallacy there, which is very often the abuser has been a family member. And with Marie Moore, the father would not allow the mother to come in or be seen alone. They came in together, would say next to nothing.
Well, I'm going to talk about this case. Okay?
Well, but family members are not necessarily the best in the world. Far better is looking back at what the person himself or herself has created prior to your
The person who created that may have a reason not to tell you the truth, right?
Wrong.
Wait a minute here. You just said a few minutes ago that you're skeptical going into these interviews because people who are charged with crimes may have a reason to fake it. You don't remember saying that?
And that is why you would have your data antedate any crime, any contact with them, because you can't retrospectively malinger. And it's vital for everyone to remember that you cannot retrospectively malinger. Oh, gee, I'm going to sign this painting differently because 10 years from now, I'm going to commit murder. Come on.
Well,
that is why you cannot, that's why you don't just take something that was produced after you met with the person, while you look back and you beat the bushes for any data. Letters, old letters to people, letters to and from, old social work records, old medical records where you signed in for some procedure.
What about a daughter named Harley Hunt had been with the defendant her whole life, every day of her life? You don't think it'd be relevant to talk to her to see if she saw any signs of dissociative identity disorder?
Oh, sure, it would be very helpful. And
so what did Harley have to tell you when you talk to her?
I asked the attorneys with whom I could speak, and I was not put in touch with any of these people. And so I did not use them unless if they had years before made some kinds of notations about the person, that would be kosher. You could probably look at that. But
you say in your book that there was a case in Florida you were subpoenaed or asked to come and give opinions on, and the wouldn't do what you asked them to do, an MRI, EG, logical testing, and you refused to testify. Remember that?
I don't remember which case it was. No, this was written when? In 86? I don't.
Well, why didn't you do that here?
I don't recall that case.
Why didn't you do that here?
I tried.
Why didn't you refuse to testify? Because you didn't have done what you wanted to have done.
Perhaps guilt. I don't know why. But
Speaking of that,
I probably should have.
You were to be here at 9 o'clock this morning. Why were you not here at 9 o'clock?
I don't know. I was supposed to be here 2 weeks ago, and I was told that at the last minute that I was not to come until last Friday. I do not know. The timing is someone else's.
And your report was due on February 13th of 2023 with regards to insanity. You know that too, don't you? You know there's discovery requirements for your report when you enter a criminal case of this nature, that you need to give us your report 35 days before trial, correct?
No, this is new to me. However, I did the best that I could. I could not provide you with what you wanted until I got data. And even when I did not get the data, I did the best that I could with what I was given.
And you provided, or at least somebody typed up a report that was given to us 4 days before we started jury selection. Do you have a disregard with the rules here? What's going on here?
I don't think I have a disregard for the rules.
Do you have an unconscious bias with regards to dissociative identity disorder?
An unconscious bias of what? What are you talking about?
Based on your evaluation, Marie, and all the other diagnoses you make, you go into evaluations thinking, I'm going to look for dissociative identity disorder.
No more than I'm going to look to see whether there is bipolar disorder, whether there is brain damage, whether there is seizure disorder. No, no more.
What does crazy, not insane mean?
Crazy, not insane means that there are individuals who have very severe mental illness. Call it crazy, but they are not considered insane because they may not meet the criteria of that particular state or whatever it is, so that they may be crazy as a bedbug, but it does not fit an insanity defense, and the insanity varies, as you know, from state to state, so that you can be quite crazy in one place, but not insane.
So you can commit a murder where there may not be any motive or any reason why that person committed the murder, but yet you could still be legally sane. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think that's what I said, no.
And you commit a murder that may not have a motive to it and still be legally sane. For instance, a mother shakes a baby. What's that baby? No reason other than the baby crying. Person still be legally sane.
Can the person be sane?
Yes.
Depending on where this occurs, yeah.
Is that what you mean by crazy, not insane?
That is only one. That's only one small.
There's millions.
What?
There's probably hundreds of crimes that fit that category.
I think they're probably more crazy than insane disorders. How's that?
Okay. Legal insanity is a pretty high calling.
Depends where.
Well, I talked to you about Colorado, but I'm not sure we can.
Now I'm going to have to go look up the exact rule. I take it McNaughton does not fly in Colorado?
Well, let me ask you a question about these reports that you alluded to in one of your answers. You said, based on what your expert report said. Do you remember saying that in one of your answers?
No, I don't, but go ahead.
Well, what reports are you referring to?
I don't know what report you're referring to.
Well, there's only one report with regards to insanity in this case other than yours, correct?
As far as I know,
And that's the report by Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres. Correct?
Did you say one of my reports? Aren't they people that are from your side of the?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Why do you think they're on our side?
Because they work for the state.
Well, you work for the state. You're getting paid by the state.
I don't know whom I'm getting paid by, but I assume that they're working on your side because you have asked them. Had you asked me to evaluate Letecia, I probably would have said yes. I'd be glad to evaluate Letecia.
Would it surprise you that the court is the one that actually asked the state hospital to do a neutral evaluation?
No, it would not. However, when you ask the state to do this, the state is the one that is, the people there are being paid by the state, and it is usually with that slant, just as when a public defender gets a case, it is usually slanted in that direction.
Are you basing that just because they found her legally sane at the time? That somehow we brought them into this case?
No, I'm not basing it on anything. I don't know them. I don't know.
You're quite familiar, and you've testified in other murder cases where the prosecution actually goes out and hires an expert. That person comes in and testifies on behalf of the prosecution, correct? Like Park Dietz and Associates.
That's the only thing, the only person I can think of. So
that didn't happen in this case, did it?
I don't get it. I mean, Park Dietz is Park Dietz. What?
So you have no idea how Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres became involved in this evaluation?
I'm assuming that they were requested by you or by the court to do this evaluation.
You said that you read 100 pages of police reports?
I didn't recall giving a number. I said hundreds of pages of different reports.
How long did it take you to get through all that information?
Hours.
Thousands and thousands of pages, right?
I don't know, hundreds certainly.
Reports from the FBI, correct?
I would have to go over it. I know I carried a suitcase here that weighed probably over 100 pounds, but I don't know how many pages.
Reports from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, correct? You review those?
Dozens and dozens of reports, yes.
What about reports from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? Did you review those?
I would have to look over this again, because again, I looked at these a while back, but I did bring them with me. So if you wanted me to look over what I have with me, I can tell you.
Well, tell me what you recall reviewing.
I would have to look at them. I don't recall the name of each place and each organization.
Mr. Tellini asked you questions about him being in an interview room while you're conducting the evaluation. You remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Do you remember giving 3 answers? 1, want them to see what I see. That was your first answer, correct?
Right.
And you knew this was being videotaped, correct?
Right.
Why couldn't they just watch the video?
In my experience, it is helpful for me to have the person who is responsible for the case to see what I see. Another reason would be, I've said to them, try not to interrupt me if you can avoid it, but if there is something toward the end or something that you feel I need to know that I've just failed to ask about, please feel free to ask it or ask me, can you ask it? So that there are a number of reasons why I like the person to see what I see and also to enable me to see what he or she sees that I may have missed.
Well, isn't it kind of awkward because the attorney there is the one deciding to pay you based on your work? Doesn't that make it awkward for you and the defendant to be in the same room with the attorney as you're doing a forensic evaluation?
No.
And you certainly would not want the attorney to interject and become part of that evaluation, which
There are occasions when it's very important, when something vital is left out, and if the person were not there, I would not even know enough to ask later on. So
would you consider that to be an unbiased interview if the person who's working in the best interest of the client is asking questions during the forensic interview?
I think it depends what the questions are. I think I told you in an interview, I've said, look, if you two are going to continue with this, let's stop now, and I quit. Talk about it with each other, and I'll come back. So that I try very hard not to play along.
You said the second factor was dissociative cases. There's a lot of skepticism prevailing in the case. Do you remember saying that?
I'm sure I have many times.
What does the attorney have to be in the courtroom to alleviate that second factor of yours?
It's very important for him to see what I see. For example, in this particular case, Letecia's accent changed and became incomprehensible. And it's important for me to have another person see what I see and then say, did you see what I see? Or something of that sort, so that it is helpful.
You don't think that has an impact on the defendant? Having you tell the attorney, look at that, did you see that?
Do I do that? Have you ever seen me do that? No, because I did not ever do that.
Judge, I've asked the witness to allow me to finish my question.
Need to wait till he finishes his question, and then you'll get a chance to respond.
You don't think that would have an impact on the defendant and her ability to act a certain way based on what you're saying, her attorney in the room at the time that she's saying things?
Could you repeat what you said first about what I said and what he said and whether it would...
Well, we're going to see the video here in a minute. We're going to watch the video.
Yeah.
My question is, do you think it would have an impact on the defendant's ability to act a certain way based on what you're telling her attorney in the same room?
I do not believe that what I do, or the way in which I do it on occasion, if I want the attorney to be there or someone else from the attorney's side, I feel that I am more likely to find out the truth than if I'm on my own and I have failed to pick up something. I will often say, wait until the end. If you can wait until the end. And then please raise any questions you have that I may have misunderstood or may have been wrong. But I do this in the interest of trying to learn as much as I can.
Do you think the attorney might have an interest, in your opinion, in the outcome of that interview?
Of course.
Did you have any safety concerns when you're interviewing Ms. Stauch on those 3 days?
I think that just the very fact that I have somebody there tells you that I always have enough sense to try to keep myself safe and calm so I don't have to worry about my own safety.
You interviewed her hours, in the morning, in the afternoon, 3 days in a row. By the time you got to the third day, do you feel a need to have an attorney in there with you for safety reasons?
Yes.
Why?
Well, a case I had a while back, I actually was flying out to Florida for, I forget what part of the case it was, late at night. There was a woman attorney with the patient, and by the time I arrived at the prison, the patient had attacked the woman. She had been alone in the room with this person whom she knew well. It's an eye-opener and it's a lesson, and it can happen. And now here this woman had known the defendant for a long time. No, I don't think that I'm that good that after a few hours with somebody, I am perfectly safe. The other thing is, with dissociation, a person can switch on a dime. And if you look at the at the tapes, you'll see that a person, just as they can switch an accent, and it just happens, and you barely notice and then you see it, a person can switch on a dime in terms of how they perceive you. And you can be safe 1 minute. This friend of mine was stabbed shortly before I arrived there to interview the defendant, and I was not permitted to do the interview, and that was that. But no, I do not think that the third day I'm necessarily safe on my own. I would be a fool.
But you talked about someone switching on a dime. You didn't diagnose Ms. Stauch with dissociative identity. 2023. Why were you concerned about her switching on a dime if you hadn't made a diagnosis yet?
Because I don't know when I come and see a patient what the disorder is. And there are other disorders in which someone can switch on a dime. And, or you could say something stupid or the wrong thing, and the atmosphere changes. So that, I don't know, maybe I'm a coward, but.
I don't think you're a coward. Does everyone who is diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, are they legally insane throughout the United States?
No.
Of course not, right? There's a spectrum.
I taught you that.
I went to school for 7.5 years. I might have picked up a few things. But anyway, there's some who are more severe than others. There's some that may not impact their life whatsoever, correct?
I don't know.
Because you only look at criminals, right?
No.
Okay.
Come on.
Your opinion is that something that happened over 20 years ago with Ms. Stauch's stepfather is the origin of her traumatic stress that leads to dissociative identity disorder. Did I get that right?
No.
Tell us. What's the origin of it?
I do not know enough about what she suffered or experienced as an infant, as a child, as somebody growing up, nor have I spoken with her relatives, friends, acquaintances personally, so that I cannot possibly say that. In my experience, I'm staggered by how very, very early ongoing intolerable torture can create this. And you can sometimes you can get a hint of when it happened, because when the person is in a certain dissociative state, they may draw the way a 3-year-old does. And it may turn out that as you learn more, that maybe it was at around that time that that the major trauma occurred. But it's
well, let me.
I don't know.
Make sure I wrote down your answer right. Yeah. You said the cause is early ongoing physical and/or sexual abuse that is intolerable. Can't cope with it anymore. Mind self-hypnotic.
It is as if you left out as if. It is as if the person has gone into a self-hypnotic state. I have used that term because for me, it makes sense. You will find others, experts far better than I, who may use a different term in terms of the way in which the mind changes. But for me, it is most understandable to say it is a type of self-hypnosis. Because, you know, if you kind of think you are someone else and you're talking differently, it is like a self-hypnotic state. And is unconscious, it is not conscious.
Regardless, you indicated that these assaults happened back when Ms. Stauch was 15 years old.
No, I said I know only from other people's histories, and maybe one time where she told me from about age 5 to age 10, some things occurred, that these things have been documented by other people. I am not telling you when. I suspect that we don't know a lot of what went on early.
But we do know that she got a softball scholarship, that she got her doctorate's degree, that she...
Would you explain the doctorate's degree, where she got it and how?
Did you not know that she got a doctorate's degree, doctor?
I don't know if you count it the same. It was over the internet, and it was like Coursera or something like that. I think that you need to look at that a bit.
You know more about it than I do. I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Okay.
No.
Well, it was.
That.
I don't know, some of those big boxes.
Watch the videos. It's not on the videos.
It's not there. I don't know, but that's where she got it. That's where she says she got it.
But anyway, that didn't impact her ability to go through college.
Yeah, it did. Her college was also, I believe her degree was a computer, an internet.
And she succeeded in life, had a daughter, married twice.
Wow.
Right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere.
Why would you say succeeded, married twice? This is not a victory.
Well, she didn't murder anybody. She didn't murder anybody within that 20-year period.
But she managed to marry some really unpleasant people. I'd say those were big mistakes.
And just coincidentally, you come involved, and now all of a sudden this event that happened 21 years ago is the cause for her killing an 11-year-old girl. Is that what you're telling us, jury?
No, I'm not telling you this.
Then why is it relevant?
We're trying to understand what happened and why it happened. And I'm just telling you what causes, in my experience, in my limited experience, what causes this kind of phenomenon. But I don't consider her having married twice inappropriate and less than loving human beings a success. Nor do I consider her degrees.
When do you think her dissociative identity disorder started?
Wow. I don't know with her. If you were to ask me earliest, the first patient in our clinic was 4 years old.
You didn't think that was important for your opinion to give this jury when her diagnosis started?
Only if I knew it.
Okay. Well, you reviewed the jail records in this case, right?
But they're incomplete, and we don't have enough data to say when this started, but you can be pretty sure that it tends to be early and ongoing and intolerable.
Well, it started when she said it started after June 5th when her competency was raised in court. You remember reading that?
It doesn't matter what she says when she says something started.
In fact, Dr. Torres specifically asked her during the competency evaluation, you answered a question a certain way about multiple personalities. Would you tell us about that? And Ms. Stauch didn't have anything to say. Remember that?
I don't know.
Would that be significant in your opinion?
I would have to know the whole context of it.
In fact, it wasn't until the second competency evaluation with Dr. Grimmett that dissociative identity disorder became an issue in this case. Right?
I believe you. I don't know that for sure, but it certainly could be.
You reviewed the reports, did you not?
I did, but I reviewed hundreds of pages, and I can't quote date.
Yeah, I don't know if the court, how much longer you want to go. It's about 10 till.
About 5 more minutes.
Okay.
But it's up to you. I understand the subject, so.
I've got, we're going to get into videos tomorrow, so I've got quite a bit more. It'd be good.
About 5 more minutes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
You indicated on direct examination that it's very common for an individual to split off to take the characteristics of their abuser when they have dissociative identity disorder.
Yes, I've seen it often.
Did you see it, Ms. Stauch?
I can't say for sure I saw that with her. I don't know. No.
Rita Sanchez has nothing to do with her stepfather. Would you call him Crazy Ass James or something like that?
What about him?
Jackass James. That's what it was.
Yeah, but did she turn into Jackass James?
That's what I'm asking you.
I didn't hear that or see it or what did you? I don't know where you're coming from.
Well, you said on direct that it's common, very common, I think you said, that individuals take on a persona of their abuser.
I said it is common, right, and it is common. But that doesn't mean that in this case it happened. I'm just informing the jury. It is common. And I'm saying this to you so that you don't say, oh, we're going to get rid of so-and-so sometime because he's terrible, because he's listening when you're there. And it's not a good idea to do that. That's all.
Did you have any indication whatsoever that Jackass James was one of her personas?
I don't think that I got to know her well enough or see her often enough to say that.
You didn't ask her for Jackass James to come out and talk to you, did you?
No, I tend not to ask for alternative people to come and talk to me.
Well, you asked Maria Sanchez to talk to you.
Only because she told me Maria existed. I had not heard of Maria. And, so I would say, is it possible to talk to her, particularly because she did give us a clue that Maria Sanchez is a very violent character, and there are guns and there are all sorts of things. So that, of course, I would want to say, is it possible to talk to this person? I'm not saying I want you to talk to me, but is it possible for me to talk to so-and-so?
And the DSM-5 talks about a triggering event that causes someone who suffers with dissociative identity disorder to trigger that event.
Say that again?
The DSM-5 talks about a triggering event, something traumatic that triggers that individual to change personalities when they're diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
There can be any number of triggers.
What trigger did you use to have her change to Maria Sanchez?
I do not consciously use a trigger. It could be I have brown hair that's a trigger. It could be no trigger that I have done. It could be looking at the light there, and there's a green light there. And a trigger is not, it isn't you press a button and that does it. But there are different things that have an association to a person and that may then elicit a memory and a flashback, and it could create a switch. But I don't invite a trigger.
But what you did here is, hey, can I talk to Maria Sanchez? And all of a sudden, fake accent comes out and she starts talking to you.
I don't even know if Maria Sanchez sounds. To me, she sounds Hispanic, and whatever talked to me sounded Russian without Russian words, but sounded Russian. I don't think Maria Sanchez and the Russian words were the same.
But what you said on direct is that she spoke Russian. You didn't say it sounded Russian.
I did. I said it sounded Russian. I would ask the jury to confirm this.
Why couldn't...
I said it were not words.
I just get one question in. Why is it that Dr. Torres can ask her, can I speak to Maria Sanchez? Can't change. She says, I'm not able to change that persona. But when you ask, she's able to change.
Magic.
Okay. Those are my questions for today. We'll start tomorrow morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our evening break. If I can have everyone back where they need to be so that we can start at 9 o'clock in the morning, we should be able to start right on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. I know that some of you may go home. You may want to watch HBO, and that's fine. Just don't watch any documentaries. Don't watch anything about this case, any witnesses having to do with this case. So with that, we'll see everybody at 9 o'clock in the morning. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay. We yet again have not been disappointed in how cases are turning out. The fireworks in this one have been absolutely phenomenal. Just absolutely crazy. We will have court tomorrow. We will have videos tomorrow. We will have Maria on video tomorrow. What you're seeing today from the defense, or excuse me, from the prosecution on cross, is going to continue. I do not think they're going to let their foot off this accelerator.
What do you make of that? He lied.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So if we can start everybody in the morning at 9 o'clock. And Dr. Lewis, I understood, and I'm just going based on what the attorneys told me, I understood that you were going to be here this morning, and you weren't. I get that. I had then said that we would start at 1 o'clock. You weren't here at 1 o'clock either. Let's be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
You're
Okay.
supposed to be here too.
I understand.
Comes on me the last minute, the best I can.
No, I understand, and the attorneys are trying to do the best they can too. So I understand, but let's be here at 9 o'clock in the morning so that we can all start at the same time. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time, prosecution?
Yes, Judge. Based on the issues that have popped up as it relates to the meeting that occurred with Dr. Lewis just in the last on Sunday, and then the lack of being here this morning when required, I would ask the court to issue an order that nobody, either the prosecution or defense, talk to the witness while she's off the stand tonight to avoid any further issues. There's already been one of those in this case, and I think it would be in the best interest of getting truth to the jury to avoid any other issues on that particular front. And then I think you've already given the witness an order to be here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning and be ready to testify. But I do think it's important, as we're trying to get to the truth of the matter here, that we don't have any impairments with this particular witness.
Mr. Tellini, since this is your witness, do you have a response?
He's away from the
microphone. That request is granted. Dr. Lewis, aside from logistical issues about getting back and forth from wherever it is that you're staying to the courthouse, don't discuss this case with anyone else. Don't discuss it with especially don't discuss it with the attorneys. This is a cross-examination. There should not be, your opinions would not be able to be I wouldn't allow them in at this point if you were to have a conversation with the attorneys overnight and then something were to change tomorrow in any event. So I think probably the cleanest way to avoid all of that is just don't have any discussion with the attorneys about your testimony either today or tomorrow or the case. And we'll leave it at that.
Your Honor, given that I'm unable to tell you why times change, why they this week and not 2 weeks ago, various times that have occurred. So without speaking with them, I can't tell you more than that. So here is.
Okay.
I will need some
We can
help
talk
getting-
about logistics. About
Yeah,
it.
we right.
Talk about the case. But
Right, just not about the substance of the case. And then we'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
One caveat, I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, so as
I think there's that I need to close. I don't know if I'd have the opportunity to disclose to Dr. Lewis.
There's something else to disclose to
You
Dr.
lost
Lewis.
me. Evidence emails. Okay.
They're going to approach here, so we're going to take it in for camera just for a second. Let's take this one. Okay, while they're talking, let me just explain what happened. The hot mic we heard right at the end was Dr. Lewis. When the jury was leaving, she was talking to Mr. Cook, okay, the attorney, and she said to him, "What do you think about that? He lied." Talking about basically saying that the state in cross-examining had lied about what she had done or what she had said. That was interesting. So now the judge has given an order that the attorneys not talk to Dr. Lewis about this case between now and when she's on the stand again. Okay, she's in the middle of testimony. She can't get any coaching or information or go over anything between now and then. They've been ordered not to. And now Boots, Attorney Boots is now saying that, hey, there's something I need to give him. There's evidentiary stuff that we need to disclose to her. And the judge is like, what has come up in the last 2 hours that you need to be able to disclose to her. So we're going to see what happens there. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely incredible. Tomorrow's going to be insane. We have the videos where I know she says, I didn't do that. I didn't say this. I think we're going to see videos where she does just that. And the prosecution's going to call her out on it every time she does something that she says in her book or in her paper that is different from how it should be done. It's going to be drawn out. This is brutal. And I realize she's She's an elderly expert in her field. She deserves some respect for that. But the state is not holding back at all on this. The cross exam, as JT says, is a master class on just dismantling the case. Looks like we're done here. Hang on one second. We've got somebody on the burner phone. 1 second. Where'd it go? Where's the burner phone? It disappeared. Let's call back, please. Sorry, call back. I missed it here. Okay. They just shut down the live stream. Mrs. R.A.'s here. What's up?
Okay, so what is the difference between... Okay, so maybe they covered this and I missed it, but what is the difference between being psychotic and being a big fat liar? Because from what I could tell, they have all the same symptoms, and she looks at it and says, you're psychotic because you're behaving in this way. Oh,
Boogie. To accept, press.
Boogie, sorry you interrupted Mrs. R.A. Great question though. I couldn't stop the call from coming in. Boogie, what's on your mind? What are you thinking this afternoon?
Well, first of all, I don't want to interrupt Dr. G. I know he's about to call in.
I know he called in already. He called in on the previous break. This is Mrs. R.A. that was talking.
Okay.
But we'll get her back. She's not going anywhere. Boogie, what are you thinking?
What's your expectation on this? Like the way the prosecution, I think they're doing amazing.
This is unbelievable. This is. It is brutal. Part of me just wants to crawl into a shell when I'm thinking, oh my goodness, they're skinning her alive. Basically, this is brutal. This is unbelievable. It's almost torture to watch this happen. And the other half,
I feel bad for her, but at the same time, it's deserved. He's doing his job. So.
Yeah, this is what he's supposed to do. Had he not done this, that would be a problem. But unfortunately, in her case, I think she's left herself open to this treatment based on how she did things, how she made a diagnosis without any of the information she says I'm going to need to make a diagnosis. She goes ahead with it anyway. She's before she does her investigation, she says, "Hey, I think we can go with a not guilty by reason of insanity plea," before she's even met with her and seen anything. It's unfortunately she set herself up for this. And we're going to watch this play out over the course of the next day, and it's going to be. And
that's the benefits. My wife's a little upset. Miss Country Nurse here, the one that I made become a member to your channel.
Yeah,
she's a little upset. She's got to work tomorrow night, so she's going to be sleeping in. So hopefully, a lot comes out in the morning before she has to go out to sleep. But we're here in Colorado Springs, and I don't know, maybe the lateness. I was expecting them to go a little bit longer just because everybody was late.
Yeah, the judge has been really good.
Tomorrow would just be rough.
The problem is the jury has been there the whole time. Even though everyone else was late, the jury's been sitting there in the courtroom, and it would be not very kind of them to send them, to make them work late because someone else didn't show up on time. But tomorrow you're not going to want to be late. It's going to be incredible. Boogie, thank you so much for calling. It's great talking to you.
I've been cleaning out my whole garage today, so I'm sorry I missed you. Shout out to Red 10. Love you, man. Thanks for the backup. And Ivan, you're amazing. And RA, of course, you rock it.
Awesome. Thank you, Boogie. Appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, brother.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Call from India.
Hey, India Artworks. How are you doing?
Hey, how are you? Oh, God, is my voice as annoying as Letecia's?
No. It couldn't be. What are you thinking? I've got Mrs. R.A. I've grabbed her hand so she can't leave. Look at this.
Oh, so what this quote expert is trying to say is that Letecia had an interject come out and murder this, child. However, an interject is so uncommon. It has to literally be planted there by someone who's trained to implant alters in someone's head.
Yeah, I
it
think
doesn't just come out.
I think Letecia had a lot of information provided to her from this witness in the course of the 14 hours.
Yeah, it's very uncommon.
Yeah, this is crazy.
So I know.
Oh my goodness, the prosecution is going to pick this all apart, every single piece. There's not going to leave any stone unturned tomorrow as they start tearing through these videos.
Well, they need to, because clearly she would not make this diagnosis without being paid.
Yeah. And
It's
she almost
very
came out and
obvious.
said that, basically saying, hey, I would expect your side to be biased because they're being paid by your side. That's how the game's played, basically, was what she was testifying to.
Exactly.
It's like you shot yourself in the foot there because you're blaming yourself for the same thing. India Arbrix, thanks
Yeah.
so much. I've got to give Mrs. R.A. some time or else I've got to sleep on the couch
No
here.
problem.
So
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Have
Well,
a great night.
Thank you. Mhm. Bye.
All right, bye.
All right, Mrs. R.A., you were talking about the difference between lies and psychosis, or
Yeah, so she says, well, she was clearly psychotic. And just so you guys know, I have never made him sleep on the couch. He doesn't fit on the couch. He's really tall. No, but what I was saying is she was saying she's psychotic. And this is kind of the basis of her entire thing. She is psychotic, therefore she didn't know what was right or wrong, and therefore she made this decision and she can't be held accountable for it. But her definition of psychotic aligns perfectly with my definition of liar. And I didn't see anything that proved that this is a psychotic thing versus just a lying thing. And in addition, she said, we got to find all of these evidences from when they were young. And I was talking this over with my son who's going into psychotic stuff. What's it called? Counseling. Sorry. Yes, I support him in his choice of major. But anyway, she didn't say that they found anything. I didn't catch that. Did she say, and here are the evidences of when she was a young child, that this proves that she had DID as a whole lifetime thing?
all the evidences I heard were self-reported, or it's things she heard from other people. I didn't see a lot of hard evidence to support that. Looking here at, the definition of psychosis is as a mental disorder characterized by a disconnection from reality. And even though she's done some horrible things that you think, well, she must be psychotic, at the same time, throughout all of it, from the planning, from the Google searches before to the action she took afterwards, there was a very strong connection to reality where she understood what the impact of what she was doing was and how to take steps to hide that from being discovered. So interesting. We'll have to see Dr. G's take on that as he releases his video on that one, but that would be awesome. I don't know if I fully answered your question. I think she's just a liar as well. But you have one more. Go ahead.
This is really just my same thought, but that I had before, but it's just more and more as I watch her. Oh, is someone calling in? Okay, go ahead and take them.
Hey, this is Recover Addict. Who do I have on the line?
Hey, Mr. R.A., here's Ricky Watson.
Mr. Ricky, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, sir?
I'm excited. I love this part of trial. I absolutely love the back and forth, the discussion, the arguments, the strong cross, the witness put in a corner, held to be accountable. I mean, this is what I like about watching trials, and we got that in spades today. So I'm just thrilled.
Oh, yes, sir. I mean, they kind of got her dogged out right now.
Oh man, have they ever? Yeah, it's crazy. Before I go too far, Ricky, let me just say tonight. I know we're going to wrap up here in just a little bit, but tonight, Brandy Churchwell is covering. She'll probably talk a little bit about what happened today, but she's covering the Lori Vallow case. I've linked her live stream to mine, so when this one stops, it will send you over to hers. So please don't click away as this ends and just go over there. All you have to do is click on the subscribe button, and then when hers starts, you'll be able to pick up a lot of the same people. Ricky, have you had a chance to listen to Brandy in the evenings?
Oh, heck yeah. Gosh dog, I try to catch hers every night.
Awesome. Wonderful.
I caught her and JT last night, and gosh dog, Friday, I was proud of myself.
Yeah, that is just great. I'm excited about tonight's as well. They've just done such a great job. I'm giddy. I'm almost shaking. I'm so excited with everything we've heard today. I don't know how to even sum it up. Knowing that we're right in the middle of this and we're about to get back to video, we're going to see Maria in video come out.
Oh, hey, that come up tomorrow, I guess.
Yes.
Oh, hey.
So cancel whatever you had on the plans. Feed the horses early, and let's get here and watch.
I was going to say I'll go out and feed the horses pretty early and get her done.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, Ricky. I can't wait. I can't wait to spend it with you tomorrow. Appreciate you so much.
Yeah.
Is there anything else on your mind?
I noticed you asked if you could have my recording on Get Her Done.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you can.
Okay,
you may have.
Okay, so here's what I need. I need you to give it to me one more time.
Get Her Done.
Okay, that was good. Hang on, but I hit the wrong button. So just 1 second.
Oh,
go
wait.
over here. Wait. There we go. This one. Record. Okay, one more time. Ready, set, go.
Get Her Done.
There we go. And now we have this right here.
Get Her Done.
I got it. All right. Thank you, Ricky. I appreciate that. I appreciate the permission.
Now, do you want me to give you the old bull butter?
Say that one more time.
You want me to give you the old bull butter?
I just got it. so yeah. I'll probably pull some. I think they sound a little bit better when it's in the middle of a conversation. It's hard to just get you to do it on command, but.
Wait, no, that's all right. Just let me know if you want that old bull butter.
All right. Can you give me one more Get Her Done?
Get Her Done.
All right. There we go. Thank you, Ricky. I appreciate you. I can't wait to talk to you. I would like to talk to you offline about a YouTube channel because I think you would do phenomenal at it. I love your accent, love your take. Just a down to earth, grounded reality type thing. I think the world needs a little bit more of that.
Well, thank you kindly, sir. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Yeah, go ahead.
Hopefully, when I meet Mr. Matthew Harris, I can get him to kind of help me out there just a bit.
All right, between the two of us, we'll get you squared away.
That sounds good. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Ricky. We'll be in touch.
All right, bud.
All right.
Appreciate you, bud.
Anytime. Bye.
Goodbye.
Call from
Kyle McNitt.
Hey, Kyle. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, how are you, RA?
I'm doing fabulous.
I sent you super chat earlier. Didn't want to waste my first call talking to you and fanboying out, not talking about the case and nothing relevant. But so now I have a very serious question.
Let's hear it.
For my first call ever. What do you think that they're lying about? Like, what is your opinion on that?
The question, she said, can you believe he lied about it? I think the way he couched phrased one of the questions, it sort of made it be like it sort of backs her into a corner, so she has to say yes to something she wants to say no to. It's a lawyer trick, and you'll see it happen a lot. But
I agree with that.
I don't think it was flat out. She's not saying they're lying. This is complete. They're spinning complete fables, because she still has to answer to it, and she gets to clarify what happened. But I just think that she feels trapped into her answers.
Yeah, probably. I agree. And sorry, I thank you for the great birthday wish the other day. It was my birthday last weekend. You made my birthday by singing it to me, and my entire family
I am
signed
so
up
sorry.
because of you for that. So thank you.
That is awesome. Thank you, Kyle.
And love your channel. We're getting subs for you and Brandy's channel, and keep doing what you're doing. Love you guys
That's
so
awesome.
much.
Thanks, Kyle. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. Have a good night.
Love you guys too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I have to give a shout out right now to Baby Bear,
Call from
who gifted 20 memberships. Lindsay, hello. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? So on YouTube, I'm LE Paralegal.
Okay.
So I've been doing criminal defense for like 18 years, and this is like blowing my mind. So I asked
Where
my
do we
boss
start?
about the whole insanity defense. We have 7 homicide cases right now. One I'm working solely on. But my boss was like, you don't ever put, this is for your awesome audience that's constantly asking. My boss was like, I would never put her on the stand unless she was trying to bite her ear.
Wow.
Which you can't do.
No.
You cannot bite your ear.
It's basically, it would never happen.
It's insane. They're picking straws or drawing straws right now, and it's absolutely embarrassing for them. I mean, it's so embarrassing. There's going to definitely be a habeas corpus on the way.
Yeah, this is so bad. It does explain why Backpack Lawyer is late every day. He does not want to be there. I mean, he's looking for any
No,
excuse.
absolutely not.
And even the witness
Absolutely
possibly didn't want to be here. Maybe she knew what was coming as
No,
well.
and we have people you don't want to represent all the time, but it's your constitutional duty to do so.
Yeah.
You're not defending the person at that point. You're defending the Constitution.
Yeah. Man, it's crazy. Yeah. I cannot wait. I'm sure you could probably talk for quite a while about some of the things you've seen today, some of the things that have gone on.
18 years. So, yeah, like, keep in touch if you ever need anything. I'm here. I can.
We'd love it.
I'm in Virginia, but.
Oh, right. Just north of me. I'm in North Carolina. So you're not far away.
Okay, cool.
Do you have a YouTube channel or anything that you?
Audience, and I appreciate your channel. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have Lindsay? Do you have a YouTube channel or anything that you work on?
I don't.
You got to do it. Everyone's doing. All the cool kids are.
I know. So, I don't.
Lindsay,
I'm just
thanks.
Criminal defense paralegal mom with the Facebook.
Hey, those are the best ones. Let me just say, feel free anytime you hear something, you have some input, especially with your experience and expertise. We'd love to get a fresh take and an accurate take on things as you have a perspective.
Absolutely, I would love that.
So
100%.
Call back anytime. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Appreciate it. All right, bye-bye. Okay, that is awesome. Witness says, I don't have a channel either. Let's see. Brandy has a channel. She's going to be on tonight. Let's see. Mrs. R.A., did you have anything? Matthew says, I'm a cool kid. Of course, Matthew, you're a cool kid. Did you have one more thing?
Oh, no, I have lots.
I've got Linda calling. Hold on one second.
Call from.
Hi, Linda Hill.
Hey, Linda. How are you doing this afternoon?
Great. How are you?
I'm happy. Happy as a clam. What's this phrase? Happy as a clam. I'm just happy as a clam. Happy as a bed bug with, like I don't know. There's a phrase in there somewhere that I'll remember as soon as we go off the air.
One thing I wanted to say was when the doctor there was talking about complex partial seizures and that.
Yeah.
And blaming that could be a part of her problem. And I have complex partial seizures, and I've never killed anyone, go out with that. And not only that, but when I go into one, and thank God there's medications out there that are controlling them and that. But basically, I get where, the psychomotor skills are affected. I basically look like I'm drunk because I get thick-tongued and that. And, there's a portion that at times, in fact, how I found out I had is that I ran into the back of a car and didn't remember doing it. Not much damage, but it started the process in that. And if she was having these people along the way would have noticed her in that,
And nobody saw that. Nobody saw any of those symptoms in her.
Right. That's and the other stuff, my question was how many of her husbands and children and that have ever noticed, hey Mom, the lights are on and nobody's home, or why are you talking that way? Like the Mexican or the Russian or whatever else she puts in. It seems like this is, to me, all kind of sudden, and things like this, especially I would think of the different personalities, and something happened when she was small that these things would have been rearing their ugly head every so often throughout the years.
There would be somebody else other than herself telling us about these experiences or something coming up that could indicate that this had been an issue over time. Linda, thank you so much for that. I appreciate your perspective on that with the experience. It looks like Kim in chat says I have partial complex seizures as well, so she can relate that way.
Okay, and hi to all my peeps in the chat. Bye-bye now.
Awesome, Linda. Thank you so much. We'll talk again. I do have to give thank you. We'll see you. I have to give a shout out to Country Nurse who sent a super chat, but we were in the middle of talking. I left it on the screen, but I didn't call it out. Country Nurse, I think it was a super sticker. Thank you very much, and Boogie as well. You two are sort of like a pair, but I appreciate both of you. You guys are both great. Sorry about missing the shout out earlier. It was in all my glee, my happy as a clam moments and pig in mud, all the other examples. Pig in sunshine, I guess it is, says Baby Bear. That's great. Mrs. R.A. is not done. Mrs. R.A. is not done. So give me just 1 minute. We've got another hot take.
Okay. Oh, is that calling?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Call from.
Ricky Watson.
Hey, Ricky.
Hey, Mr. R.A., I forgot to do something a while ago.
Okay, go ahead.
I told all the ladies I was going to sing to them real quick.
Okay.
And
you're not going to play any music, though, right?
And I hope Miss R.A.'s right yonder with you.
She is.
All right.
Okay, you can't. I have to ask you first.
Yes.
Are you going to play any copyrighted music?
It's a good night, sweetheart.
Is it a recording?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, we're good.
I don't remember who sings it.
All right.
To be all
right. We'll let you go ahead.
But I was just going. I told the ladies earlier I was going to sing to them, so I was going to try to.
Okay,
so here
it's
it
all
goes.
yours.
Here it goes. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. I really must say, I really must go. But it's good night, sweetheart. Good night. Okay, there you go.
That was awesome. Thank you very much, Ricky, for that. We'll play that again at some point. It was recorded. I got it ready. I caught you. So thank you, Ricky.
Oh, gosh, dog, I hope that don't scare all the ladies off.
It's awesome. Ricky, we'll talk again. Thank you so much. We'll
see. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, bud.
All right. Bye.
Yeah.
I was about to join him when we. I'm just gonna.
Good night, sweetheart.
Well, it's time to go. Good night. We'll figure this out. We might have a duet album coming out soon. Let Mrs. R.A. talk. Everyone's saying, let Mrs. R.A. talk. Okay, no more calls, people. No more calls. I'm not going to answer the phone for a minute. Mrs. R.A., what you got?
Okay, I cannot hear what just happened, but clearly some singing did. So I'm excited to go back and watch the replay on that bit. I just had two thoughts. Maybe depends who calls in. Oh no, I forgot what they were. Oh, that a lot of people were saying that, it's kind of sad what's happening and how she's getting crossed so hard. This is a very harsh approach to asking her questions. And I think when I listened to her, my mind was filled with questions. I thought, really? Please define psychosis. Really? Please tell me about the evidence of when she was a child. Really? Please tell me how many people that you see that you find that they are actually DID. I want to know. And he's going to answer these questions by asking, she's not going to bring it up on her own. He has to ask them. So I like what he's doing, not to try to make her lose or something, but I want to know. We just gave her the floor and said, hey, anything that you say goes and everything that you think is now supreme. And I want to know. I want to know the opposite. I want to know the defense. I want to know where she's coming from. Okay. Quick, before someone else calls in. The other thing that was really interesting to me is that is just watching the doctor and seeing how much of herself she disclosed just by the words that she chose and the mannerisms that she had. That she said, I have no take on the death penalty. I have no political stance on that at all. But that's not true, because before that she said the death penalty is based on your state and how humane they are. You can't use the word humane in reference to the death penalty and not have a stance on that. That's very clear what she's doing. And so many things that she says show her take on things. She says, you guys are biased. Well, that means she's biased. There's so many things that she did the other thing she did all the time that just cracked me up was it was all about her. I'd like you to tell me something about this situation with Letecia because she's on trial. Well, no, I'd rather not do that. I think I'd rather tell you a story about other things that I've done throughout my life. I think I'd rather tell you all the things that were interesting to me. I'd rather really focus on all the stuff I've accomplished with my life and all the things that fascinated me when I first discovered them. And it was just so centered on her that I think that's not a psychosis. You know, I'm not saying she's crazy. I'm just saying she's a little self-centered, and that's showing up in the words she uses and the way that she uses them. She should be like me and just not get on camera. Then they'll never know.
One day we'll get her on camera. One day we will. Mrs. R.A. is absolutely incredible. I don't have her on here because she makes me look bad. As a friend of mine said, that's why you don't marry a pretty woman, because in all your photographs then you look like a dog. She is so smart. She is. I married up, as you guys can tell now. Kathleen Tuckett, thank you for the super chat. Says Dr. Lewis scoffed at LS's degrees, got them online. She's like, yeah, it wasn't like a real one. It was on the internet. It was some internet. It was she equated that to basically the fake lie detector and put them in the same category. So that was sort of funny to hear. Hey, I talked over your name. This is R.A. Who's on the phone?
Hey, it's Lindsay, LA
Lindsay.
Paralegal again.
Yes.
I just want to tell y'all really quick, and I feel comfortable. I don't know why, but I'm being very vulnerable right now.
Okay.
So from the ages of 3 to 5, I was sexually assaulted, and I used to see glass spatters crawl across the floor when that happened. And I didn't have a memory of it until I was 11. So I told my mom about it. It was from one of her boyfriends, and I went to therapy, and for the longest time, I wanted to kill every spider I saw. Now I let them out the house. It's all about how you're raised and how you keep your mind.
Yeah.
I've not forgiven that person, but I don't ever want to see him again. But I've not forgiven that person. But like it happens, and you have to move on with your life. Like you have to for your own sanity. And I can still see those glass spiders to this day, but there's a constant reminder of how strong I am.
Yeah. Lindsay, I'm sorry. First of all, that is awful.
No, it's okay.
Be strong.
It is what it is. It happened, and I'm stronger because of it. And even though I do criminal defense.
Yeah.
I still defend people like that.
Wow.
So it's just, you've got to get out of your mentality and get right in your own head and know that you're stronger than that. So no, that never caused me to kill an animal or kill anything.
Yeah. A lot of people have shared that same sentiment, not necessarily the same circumstances, but have gone through some of the stuff that she says, Letecia says she's been through, things that have affected her and made her the way she is, and say that.
No, I get that, and I hope
equal.
some of your audience hears what I have to say, and it's okay to speak about it. Like it's okay. Like, you know, it happened to us, and it makes us stronger people, and it makes us better people, honestly, because we know we can overcome the worst.
Yeah, and you're also in a spot where you can help someone else now that may have been through something that's devastating, and just
absolutely.
Yeah. Lindsay, thank you so much. I appreciate the call back. Thank you for sharing that as well.
No problem. I won't call back.
No, you're good.
All right, bye.
Have a good night. Bye. Thank you, Lindsay. Lisa, thank you for the super chat as well. I love that you're still awake over there across the pond. Just FYI, I love this channel community. Just laughter, fun, serious, and supportive. You're all the best. I wish we could have a YouTube family reunion. If we do, it's going to be on OBX. It's going to be on the beach. That's pretty soon. I think I've got India Artworks back on.
India Artworks.
Hey, India Artworks, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm so sorry. I forgot to say something.
What's that?
The reason that the prosecutors are so focused on who or the age when this abuse happened is because DID only can occur when someone is abused under the age of 7 for multiple. It's the same, like she said, it has to be ongoing and horrible, like tragedy. But it can not tragedy, trauma. But it has to begin under the age of 7.
That's why they were.
So that's why they're trying to say, well, did you know? Right, exactly. But she's not going to. We understand the question, what they're getting to very easily. I don't know how she doesn't see that. She's answering it every other way, but saying, well, we don't, you know what I mean? But answering the question, so she's wrong.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, great insight. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Thank you, India Artworks. Appreciate you.
No problem.
We'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Callers are great. You guys are amazing. I would say this community has so many very well-educated and experienced people in so many different fields. We have people that fill the roles in every single position in the courtroom. I think we've got everybody from bailiffs to judges to prosecutors, defense attorneys, you name it. Even people who have sat in the chair as a defendant, who are here in this community and have been willing to share so much about their experience and give us insight that way. So thank you very much. What's the doctor's full name? Dorothy Lewis was the doctor who was on the stand just a minute ago. Dr. Dorothy Lewis. if that helps. And she's got a HBO special as well. Okay, I think we're going to wrap it up today. I do highly recommend that if you have not got your fix, that you stick around and as soon as this live stream ends, it will push you over to Brandy's channel. I think I've got it set up to do that, and I'd love it if you just give her a subscribe, and then if you got time to watch the show tonight, or part of it.
Tammy.
Let's see. Hey, is this Tammy or Cammy?
Sammy.
Sammy. I got
Or
both.
Samantha.
First try. Samantha, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, R.A. How are you?
Oh, it's a wonderful day. I'm glad to spend it with you. What are you thinking about today?
It is a beautiful day. Well, I've been a lurker on your channel for before the Murdoch trial. I know that.
It's not a crime. That's all right.
I'm a homeschool mom, just like your wife, so
Awesome.
I just kind of listen on the background with my headphones on, and just keep going.
Nice.
I found interesting during trial, and maybe you can clarify this for me because I'm, busy in between things. When the prosecutor asked Dr. Lewis about how she made her decision on DID, and they were discussing back and forth on, she was being biased, just having that biased opinion that the state was, taking the other doctor's opinions and then taking her opinion. But didn't the defense hire those other two doctors, or am I mistaken?
That rings a bell. I don't recall strong enough to answer this. I thought they did hire like 3 and then only went with 1. That seems familiar, but I don't recall where I heard that.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
And it's interesting she made her diagnosis without getting all the evidence in and her diagnostic testing in, and then telling, the defense attorneys that it is DID.
Yeah, and not just before she made got all her testing in, but she said initially, I need all these things so I can make a diagnosis. Defense came back and said, you're not going to get them. And she said, okay, well, here's your diagnosis anyway. That's what's coming back to bite her here.
And I'm sure the chat's going to yell at me for this, but I feel kind of bad for her being so elderly. But on the other hand,
I do as well. I try to just picture her as an expert witness and not, the wonderful grandma she probably is. I mean, honestly, she's. Yes. If we met her in person and hung out at a family reunion and she tried her potato salad, we would love each other. It would be great. It would be fun. I'm trying not to imagine that as the prosecution is just dismantling every part of her testimony line by line.
Absolutely, but it depends on how she makes her potato salad. Is it with mustard or mayonnaise?
Which one's the right way, Samantha? Which one's right? Are you mustard?
Thank you, R.A. I love your channel.
You're welcome. Thank you, Samantha. We'll catch you later.
You have a blessed day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. That's awesome. All right. Anna Banana, thank you. I'm so glad. Or Anna Banana. I added an extra A or N-A in there. Thank you very much. Good to have you here. Can Dr. Lewis sue defense if it was misled or lied to get her to testify? No, they gave her what she's. Oh my goodness, they gave her what she described as 100 pounds of paperwork in her suitcase. That is the wrong case to talk about. 100 pounds of suitcase.
Mary.
Let's see. Hey Mary, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hi Scott, I'm doing great.
Wonderful. What's on your mind?
But it's really on my mind so much about her talking about being messed with by her stepdad. And it really shakes me up because this happened to me by my mother and stepdad. I can remember being in 2nd grade.
Yeah.
And it happened all of my life until I become a teenager. And then they shipped me away to live with a different relative.
That is tragic.
It was horrible.
Were you able to get help as far as professional help to help you deal with what you've experienced?
Well, I have major panic and anxiety. So, yeah, I see a therapist and everything, but I lived my life. I married when I was like 23, had my first kid when I was 24. I have 4 children, been married forever. My husband did pass away in 2019, but like, for God's sake, never ever was I abusive or repeated like what was done to me, to my kids, or go out there and kill people. I know that is something that a lot of other people, like if that happens to you, usually you're a repeater.
There's some evidence of that. I don't think it's like a 1-to-1 ratio type thing. That's not there. But Mary, let me just say, first of all, I'm sorry you went through that. I'm sorry that this is something that not just that you went through then, but you still have to live with and work through. Just know that you have our support and love, and hang in there. You're doing amazing. As my wife would say on her channel, what you're doing is important, and you're doing a better job than you think you are. So thank you,
Scott.
Thank you, Mary.
I love the chat. And I would tell my last name, but
no, it's all right. Don't do that.
I've been here since Daryl Brooks.
That's awesome.
And
I appreciate you very much. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much for feeling comfortable enough to share your story, and for doing that. We respect that, and just know that our thoughts and prayers are with you.
Thank you. And I wouldn't open up like this, but it just floors me that this girl is going to use this as an excuse, because it's not an excuse. And it literally brings tears to my eyes that she would use that that she's insane.
And basically everyone who has been through all the things that she's claiming she's gone through, and she's saying this is why. It's an offense to so many people. It offends so many people that she's doing the way she is, and obviously it appears like she doesn't care at all who it offends. But Mary, I'm so sorry, and at the same time, thank you so much for calling. Please have a blessed night.
Thank you. I can't wait till tomorrow.
All right, it's going
to be spicy.
It will. Thank you, Mary. Bye-bye. All right. Thank you all, one and all, who've called and shared and had input and opinions. I think we're going to wrap up and send the remaining folks over to Brandy's channel, if I could. That would just be awesome. Nope, the phone does not stop. Apparently, maybe we're not done.
Nana Geek, Joellen.
It's Nana Geek. Hang on, we have to take this one. Nana Geek, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing fine. A short thing I wanted to say. Something that let me mute my TV. Something that the woman said. The first thing that came to my mind when she told me about the first person she diagnosed, the 4-year-old.
Yeah.
The first thing that came to my mind is that poor little 4-year-old. The only thing I could think of is that little girl was talking to an imaginary friend.
Yeah.
I know that sounds weird. I don't know if it sounds weird.
I don't think at that age it's weird.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A little 4-year-old, they talk to their dolls, and they have imaginary friends.
Yeah, I don't know.
And she probably destroyed that little 4-year-old.
I don't know how to even answer that. I don't know. I would hope that's not the case, but it almost.
But that's what you said. She said this little 4-year-old.
It almost puts the doctor in almost a predatory position by way of a diagnosis of DID.
Yes.
But I don't have enough information. Honestly, I don't have enough information, Nana Geek, to say that's
that
what
was
happened.
The first thing that popped into my head.
Yeah.
What is she talking about?
Yeah.
And the thing is, I was abused, and this woman, this murderer has just put a damper on people who have been abused and she's using it as an excuse for what she did to that poor little boy.
Yeah.
To that poor little boy, you know, and that's all I want to say, and you need to be with your family.
All right. Thanks, Nanny. Good to hear from you again. Thank you.
All right, take care.
You too.
All right, have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I think if I start... Oh, the call's coming in. I've got like 2 calls coming in at once. Hang on.
Melissa Bartholomew.
Hey, Melissa, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Good. How are you, RA?
I'm doing fabulous. What's on your mind today?
All right, let's go ahead and address the elephant in the room. How come I have a screenshot on my phone of Letecia literally like resting her shoulder on Backpack Dude?
Well, you know, love can strike at the same strangest moments.
Dude, what kind of funny business is going on, though? What kind of moves are they shooting, RA?
You know, we were so disgusted by this behavior yesterday, and thankfully we have not seen it today. But yesterday, and it happened during the testimony about the Google searches, as they were testifying about all the different things that were searched. Apparently, the Mr. Cook, the lawyer, set up his laptop and let Letecia view the laptop with him. You might have to turn your sound down a little bit.
Right.
I'm getting feedback. Okay, so we got to. They were both viewing the same screen, and then they just leaned in. I don't know. It was.
Dude, but
did they have a special
today,
moment?
I've seen them.
I don't know. I think honestly, I don't think
today.
Mr. Cook has any feelings for Letecia. I don't think so. I think he may intentionally be trying to make it look like she's a person and he likes her, and you know the jury should like her too. I can see him doing that intentionally and just looking like, look, she's not the monster you guys are made her out to be. I can see that being a conscious decision on his part. Letecia back to him, that's a creep factor. That's pretty bad.
I mean, Letecia does a pretty good job of making herself look like a monster, though. Am I wrong?
She's done a few things that really put her up in that category a little bit. They were a little too cozy. So you got a screenshot.
All right, well,
of
thank
it.
you. That's all that was on my mind, RA. I appreciate you, and I love you, and Mrs. RA, and Brandy, and JT.
Awesome. Melissa, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yep. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Are we done? Are we done now? Not that we have to be, but I realize we've got other things, dinner and things that need to happen. And Brandy's show is going to be starting soon. Let's do that. Let's play the music because we're going to be done here. So I'm going to disregard the phone for just a moment. So I apologize if I missed your call. There we go. We're going to play the music. Tomorrow is going to be just absolutely. We've got Rebecca. Hang on, Rebecca. I need one last call. One last call. Rebecca, are you there? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, now I can hear you as well. That's even better. How are you doing, Rebecca?
Great. I'm doing fantastic. This has been a crazy day, right?
It has, and we knew it was going to get spicier towards the end of trial, but I didn't expect this much in one day.
Oh my gosh! Look, I've been glued to you all day long.
You're supposed to be counting mosquitoes, right?
Yeah, I know. I'll be counting them tomorrow.
Awesome.
Today was adding the data into the computer, but tomorrow I'll be in the lab.
All right.
But I wanted to call you and just mention this real quick. I know you need to get to Mrs. R.A. She's beautiful, and y'all are so cute together. I love it. And I think that Letecia, I would not be so quick to believe that everything she says is true as far as her abuse and things that happened to her. I'm truly offended, like the last caller and the caller before that she is using this as her reason or excuse that she did what she did.
Yeah.
There's no excuse for what she did.
Yeah.
And
if we go back to the beginning of the trial, say like when Dakota was on the stand, he was asked questions specifically about this and saying, hey, did any of this happen? And he's like, no, it never did. And they said, if it had, would you have known? He said, yes, I would have. And it would, and so it sounds like, at least in Dakota's mind, she's made this up. It's convenient for her, which is all the more offensive to people who have gone through an experience like that.
Absolutely. It's so offensive. And I would be more apt to believe that it all did not happen to her like she wants us to believe. It's a deflection tool on her part.
It does seem strange for us to have to look at these stories and say these are true, and everything else she's told us is false, because we've got proof that everything else is false. So it doesn't stand to reason that these stories are as true as what they are. Obviously, I'm not in a position to say I believe or don't believe somebody who recounts this sort of event. But yeah.
Well, in her case, I don't think she can have it both ways. She can't have her cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
You know, there was too much planning that she did to try to cover it up.
Yeah.
And she lied about so many things. You're not going to convince me that she's crazy.
Yeah. Rebecca, thank you very much. I know you're going to be counting mosquitoes. Hopefully you can still listen tomorrow. It's going to be great. It's going to be spicy.
Yes.
We've got videos as well. You're going to see Maria. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Scott. Everybody loves you.
Thank you. All right. We'll see you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, with that, we're going to play the music. Now we're going to bring it to a stop. Thank you, everyone. All the new people who subscribed. It's amazing. We've got this many people now on the subscriber list. Thank you so much for that. To all the amazing mods. I don't know how you do it, but with 5,400 people, 5,600 people in chat, a handful of mods are basically keeping it copacetic and everything good. Thank you so much to my great mods. You guys are the best. I don't deserve you. And thank you very much. Thank you to all the people who joined as members today, whether you're gifted a membership or purchased one yourself. Just know that we thank you very much. We love that you're a member, and do hope you come back and watch additional days of court with us here. Subscribers as well. Thank you. All the lurkers. You're welcome to lurk as well. And there's no crime against that. Let's see, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will be tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. as we get ready to kick off day 2 of Dr. Dorothy Lewis on the stand, the star witness for the defense, which has turned into a train wreck. Just a masterclass demonstration of cross-examination. All right, guys, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Don't forget, we're going to go over to Brandy's right after this. Don't leave. We'll send you to Brandy's. Thanks, guys.